Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Planning Board meeting. Today is Thursday, March 5th. Thank you. And we're going to start with item 1, preliminary matters, adoption of resolutions. All commissioners are eligible to vote on this. Right now, we just have myself, Commissioner Pedoeem, and Commissioner Hedrick. So do I have a motion to approve the resolutions? The one under consideration is Chaperton Solar, Forest Conservation Plan, number F2026-0280. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve resolution for Chaberton Solar Victoria LLC, Forest Conservation.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. So next, we're going to postpone item number 2, Olney Theater Center Site Plan Amendment, until Commissioner Bartley arrives. He should be here shortly, so we'll move on to item 1B, approval of minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for February 5th?
I move to approve the minutes for February 5th.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes. So next we'll move on to item 3, the regulatory extension requests. Should we do these one at a time, or is it okay to do both at the same time? All together? Okay. So the first one, 5309 Locust Avenue Administrative Subdivision Plan, number 62026040. And the second is the Forest Glen Kimball Place Administrative Subdivision, number 6202400020, extension request number 4. Staff's recommending approval of both of these. Do I have a motion to approve?
I move to approve both the regulatory extension requests.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 3-0. All right, we'll take a 1-minute break and then move on to item number 6, Wheatley Subdivision, 3420 Pliers Mill Road, mandatory referral. See you in a bit. Good morning, welcome back. We're on item 6, Wheatley Subdivision, 3420 Pliers Mill Road, mandatory referral number MR2026004, where staff is recommending approval and request to transmit comments to the town of Kensington. And from staff, we have Troy Leftwich to present this item.
Again, Troy Leftwich for the record, presenting Wheatley Subdivision, 3420 Pliers Mills Road, mandatory referral number MR2026004. As previously stated, staff is recommending approval of the Wheatley subdivision mandatory referral and transmit the staff report to the town of Kensington. One thing to note, this application does not propose any development. It is the disposition of land. For context for the board, this image to the right, Joseph Park is this area here located at the corner of Pliers Mill and Wheatley Street. As the address for that property is 3420 Pliers Mill Road. It's roughly 2,500 square feet. It's zoned R60 and it's located within the 2012 Kensington Sector Plan area. It's also adjacent to the historic district, to the rear of the property or to the west of the property, and also St. Paul Park. The image also represents additional park locations for reference for the board in the town of Kensington boundary area. As mentioned before, the application is the disposition of land. There's no improvements planned with this application. The sale is intended to be used for increasing parkland within the town area. The site could be developed under the R60 zone. The two images to the right represent the existing conditions. You can see existing tree cover, mature trees on the site, and then the lower image represents the relationship to Pliers Mill and Wheatley Street and the adjacent single-family homes surrounding the property. Within the SOJ, the town referenced additional parcels that would potentially be acquired with the sale of that the parkland, and this image represents those locations. I'll defer to the town after this presentation to go into the details of why these particular locations were suitable for parkland, but just for context of the board, just to show the relationships of these parcels in relationship to Joseph Park, identified in red, and the blue areas are the areas of potential additional acquisition. The green areas, area the town's already acquired of a future public works building. So that was already part of a previously approved mandatory referral.
Could I ask one quick clarifying question on this? Are there other parks currently in this view that you can identify for us?
Yes, so this is St. Paul Park. That's already as part of in the town boundary, and then I can go back to this other image. So Joseph Park is here.
Okay, thanks.
And then these green dots represents all the adjacent parks in the town, and then there's some that are a little outside the town boundary as well.
Okay, thank you.
Would you show that right to the west, those two areas that you have blocked, what are they? Yeah, these two.
Oh, sorry, this red hash area represents the historic district.
Oh, okay. And the Warner Circle there by itself is a park also.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just doesn't show, just the green area, not the whole historic.
No, not so. Yeah, so all the green dots represents the locations of existing parks in the general vicinity.
The mansion, Warner Circle Mansion is just in that green area. Where is the mansion? It's in the same space. Okay.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, the green dot is showing the park. Just below that green dot, you can see the label of the park, but it is Montgomery Park's land there at Warner Circle Park.
Thank you. Thank you.
So since the posting of the report, we've received one correspondence during the posting of the report, and that made it into the attachments. But we also received additional correspondence since the posting of the report, and these bullets represent a number of those concerns. Many of the residents supported keeping Joseph Park, Also, the residents stated that they did not support the town's reasoning for selling the park. Also, there was concerns about impacts to existing trees on site for future development. Also, there was concerns that the sale of the park is not in compliance with the 2012 Kensington Sector Plan, and then there was concerns about the mandatory review process. I won't get ahead of some of the other comments because I know we are hearing folks that signed up to testify, but the two bullets I would, for the record, to get a comment on is the 2012 Sector Plan. With the disposition of land, staff felt that it allowed for additional open space to be acquired and enhance connectivity and acquiring additional open space as stated in the master plan. It also stated preservation of land, but with the two other bullet points, we felt that it still met the intent of the 2012 sector plan with the connectivity of sidewalks, bikeways, and I believe it was trails. And so, and then as previously mentioned, the additional open space for social interaction. With the mandatory referral review period, typically the board sees a number of projects that's a 120-day process. This mandatory referral process is a 60-day, and this project has met all the noticing requirements for that 60-day review process. So it's a shorter review than we typically see. So that time frame in between is not typical. So the understanding of where folks came from with that process, we can provide more clarity on that, but essentially it's that 60-day review process that's not unique to the other reviews that we typically see.
Can
And
I
so
ask
that
you-
process
oh,
was,
okay. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, good. I was just wondering if that process is requested by, or that time frame is requested by the town in this case, or no?
So that is the timeline for a mandatory referral. It's different than regulatory cases where we might have a 90-day or
Got it,
120-day
okay.
review.
Yeah.
Similarly, there's also difference in posting. And I don't know we have a 10-day requirement to post staff reports for a regulatory case, so a site plan application. In the case of mandatory referrals, we don't have that same 10-day requirement, unless there's some regulatory component attached to it. So if there's a forest conservation plan associated with a mandatory referral, that will get posted within the 10-day window.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I need to get a little bit explanation of what the word of disposition means. When I read the report, that some of these, or I do not know how much of this parcel was dedicated due to the right-of-way. And when we disposition something that was dedicated, is it going to go back to the previous owner? Or is it that when you say disposition, they can actually sell and get the proceed of the land? And if they can they sell the whole thing or just the part that is going to be left when the dedication is back to the previous owner?
So in response to that, from my understanding, in this particular case, it's the disposition of the whole parcel. So it's not a situation where the previous dedication of Pliers Mill is not included in that sale. So when going forward with the process, the parcel is that entire R60 piece, not the previous dedicated area that made the piece of originally.
So they do have a buyer. Is that correct? We don't know yet. So this is just the beginning of the disposition. And then, okay, thanks.
We have folks from the town too, but from my understanding, there will be a future RFP bid for the sale of the land. So this is just a approval of the sale, and then there's a second step that the town process will go forward with. But when we get to that aspect, that we can direct the town to respond to that in a little bit more detail.
Okay, thank you.
So sorry, I just want to ask a quick question. So originally they thought the right of way. They thought that more right of way was needed, but now that right of way is not needed. Is that because if you more right it would be less taken from them, but the right-of-way is not needed now because it said an 80-foot is good, and is the existing right-of-way. Just want to clarify that piece for me.
Would it be, it might be more appropriate to ask some of these questions once we've heard from the town. And so why don't we, I'm just going to ask if Troy can complete what he has, and then we can come back to these
Yeah,
questions.
I'm sorry, when you got to the correspondence, I thought you had gone through it already.
No, we're
Okay, so
still,
please
yeah,
go
going
through the
through.
poll
Yep.
proposal. Thank
Okay,
you, thank you. I'm sorry, I missed.
Nope. Troy Lovich for the record. Staff is recommending approval of the Wheatley subdivision 3420 Pliers Mill Road, mandatory referral number MR 2026004 to transmit the staff report to the town of Kensington.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you I was listening from the car too, so thank you. So we have 4 individuals to make public testimony today, and so we welcome, thank you for coming. We always appreciate public testimony or written testimony. So each of you you're all individuals get 3 minutes, and we'll start, we all can come forward. We have 4, we have Beth Meyer, Alicia Toledano, Al Carr, and Amelia Hinchy. Please come. We'll start with Beth Meyer. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Beth Meyer, and I live with my husband Larry and our dog Biscuit a half a block from Joseph's Park. We can see the park from our window. I go to the park often with Biscuit. The only other park on our side of the tracks is often overrun by little ones on scooters and bikes and crowded during school and town events, and therefore sometimes even unusable for walking the dog. After the town council voted to sell the park, I led a team of 13 neighbors, some of my wonderful team are here today in support, in collecting 402 signatures for it to be put to a vote. That was well over the 363 required. In addition, over 300 others signed. Some of them we couldn't verify were registered voters. Some weren't sure about the town boundaries, but it does show the enormous support we had. And it's good to look good to our neighboring towns and want people to come into Kensington. Perhaps we would have won if the mayor hadn't published a cover story in the town newsletter immediately before the election advocating the sale without inviting the opposing people to have their say in what was supposed to be a neutral publication. Town of Kensington's planned as a garden suburb. Selling Joseph's Park would be totally against the vision of the town. The sector plan says it's well served by the 7 Town of Kensington parks. Not that it is well served by all except Joseph's Park. In addition, the sector plan encourages community gardens, which was one of the uses repeatedly proposed at the public hearings. In reviewing the statement of justification, it lists the park's small size, lack of accessibility, topography, and lack of improvements as reasons to sell. The site is bigger than the St. Paul Park and comparable in size to the Kensington Crossing Park if you subtract the unusable creek. It's also more accessible than the St. Paul Park. The argument that we can sell Joseph's Park to buy 2 worse parks, one in bad shape off University and the other Sledding Hill, neither of which needs to actually be paid for to be used, seems like bait and switch to me. As for the lack of improvements, that has historically been a choice of the towns to neglect it. Every other park has a Swain sculpture, not Joseph's. The town doesn't even care enough to accept the gift of a free bench from Alicia Schechter. Huge investments have been made on other parks, especially St. Paul and Flynn. Joseph's Park is used as it is, but has the potential to be far more if the town chose to value and invest in it. Every time I walk by the park, I'm saddened that Biscuit and his friends can no longer hang out there, and this peaceful respite with its mature trees may cease to exist. I did it.
Thank you so much. Our next is Alicia Toledano.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Alicia Toledano. Great job getting it right, because I know it's a long one and a hard one. My family and I have lived at 10606 Wheatley Street, just up the street from Joseph's Park, for 16 years. We go to the park. I go to the park, dog goes to the park, I've seen Beth in the park, I've seen other neighbors in the park. Sometimes I walk through the park. Sometimes I just stop at the side and touch that huge tree. It's an amazing, amazing resource. Sometimes I just stand across the street and think, wow, this is so nice to have this breathing space right here. Another area of green space in our neighborhood is a strip adjacent to Silver Creek Park. This is the land that the town has listed as a big area of green space that they would purchase with the money from the sale of Joseph's Park. And their statement is that this will increase green space for the town of Kensington. And legally, that is absolutely true. If you buy something that exists and you push out the boundary by buying that, then yes, the town owns more land. But the land already exists and people already use it. So when you have 22,500 square feet of green space and you sell 7,500 feet of green space, you no longer have 22,500 feet of green space. You're left with the 15,000 feet that already exists. I don't know that that has ever been effectively communicated by the town. I do know that when I read things, it just seems to be brushed under the rug. I wrote you so many things, and I couldn't sleep last night because of how important this is to me and to the neighbors. We keep hearing about the need for the money. I totally understand needing money. We all need money. But the town council, each council member looked, and two of those council members said, we have enough wiggle room. And the mayor said, not enough. This is about money. It's not about preserving green space. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Next is Matthew Hoffman. I'm sorry,
Matt is
I'm
finished.
sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, yeah, I'm sorry, Al Carr, I'm sorry. Al.
Can Amy go next? Can I go last?
Okay, yes. Amelia Hinchy, please.
Good afternoon, I guess it is by now. Thank you for the opportunity to present my views on the proposal to change the use of St. Joseph Park. I'm a resident of a senior community that's a few blocks away from St. Joseph Park. I actually, I moved to Kensington in large part because I viewed it as being a very walkable community. And taking away a place where I can walk and have walked would be it would be a real blow. I mean, I use St. Paul Park probably a little bit more than I do St. Joseph or Joseph's Park, primarily because it's only 2 blocks from where I live. Joseph's Park is a little bit further away. I live at Modena on Metropolitan, which is very close to St. Paul Park. there are a lot of other things that could be done with the property that would be more consistent with it remaining part of the green space. You know, for example, we can always use more community gardens in Kensington. You know, we have a couple, but, you know, another one would not be unwelcome. And as a master gardener, I would step up to support that, you know, support the use as a community garden. I certainly can't speak on behalf of master gardeners, but I can speak on behalf of myself as a master gardener, that I would be there to help with the effort if decision were made to keep it, and we could find the space, work with the Parks Department to get that going, would be another good use of the park, to much more consistent than selling it for whatever. But I hope to be able to do that. So thank you, and my goodness, my time is up.
Yeah, no, thank you for your testimony, thank you. And so last, Mr. Alcar.
All right. Thank you, Chair Harris. Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Alcar asking you to deny mandatory referral MR 2026004. You have my written testimony, but I'll start by speaking about the mandatory referral process. It's your power to review government projects like roads, bridges, schools, selling off of public land, and you have this obligation because it's in state law. These are projects that might not necessarily get a professional review and scrutiny and transparency. Besides Prince George's Planning Board, to my knowledge, no other planning board in Maryland or elsewhere has this power. Mandatory referral is advisory. Applicants can still do what they want, but even still, government entities are not always happy to have their projects scrutinized. One year, Montgomery County Public Schools tried to get a state bill passed to be exempted from mandatory referral. Thankfully, it did not become law. Maryland State Highway Administration found a loophole in the mandatory referral law that let them avoid scrutiny. When I was in the General Assembly, I worked with your predecessor, commissioners, and General Counsel Deborah Borden and her predecessor, Adrian Gardner, and Director Sartori's predecessor, Gwen Wright, on a legislative fix to clarify and strengthen the mandatory referral application. State Highway fought us bitterly. It took us 3 years, but we did get it passed into law over their objections and over the objections of the previous governor who vetoed it, and we overrode his veto. My point is, this power is hard fought, it's rare, and it's important. So don't waste it. Don't be tempted to look the other way or think, this is a municipal project, they know their land the best, so we'll just defer to them. I was disappointed that the staff report recommended approval because according to the standards, this project must be denied. Staff might be unaware of information that the applicant omitted about the split town council vote, 2-2, with the tiebreaker vote from the mayor, that the way it got to the voters is a petition, 400 people signed to get it onto referendum. The mayor's one-sided article without allowing an opposing view right before the election. There was no disclosure. One of the town council members who voted for the sale is an adjacent property owner. But more importantly, the project is inconsistent with the sector plan, parks and open space, stormwater management, environmental sustainability, historic preservation. It fails all those tests. So if you're going to follow your own standards, you must deny the mandatory referral. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, for the testimony. Could the applicant come up and provide their testimony?
you again.
You can begin, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Michelle Rosenfeld. Here is zoning counsel to the town of Kensington. We have 3 other representatives here to make a presentation and/or answer questions, and I will let them introduce themselves.
Matthew Hoffman, Town Manager, Town of Kensington. Sue Ellen Ferguson, Town Attorney for 20 years. I repeat, Matthew Hoffman, Town Manager, Town of Kensington.
Sue Ellen Ferguson, Town Attorney for the last 20 years of Kensington.
Connor Crimmins, Town Council Member for the last 9 years, Town of Kensington. And for the record, I am the adjacent property owner mentioned in the last testimony.
So we're here today seeking mandatory referral review and approval for the sale of a single-family residential lot zoned R60. It had originally been encumbered with, set aside for use for a road. That encumbrance has been lifted. The town would like to sell that property and use the proceeds to purchase other land for other public purposes, including some park areas. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Hoffman for a more detailed explanation.
Sure. Dear Chair Harris and Montgomery County Planning Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the Town of Kensington. My name is Matthew Hoffman, and I have the pleasure of serving as our town manager. I have worked for the town for 17 years and am directly involved with every aspect of our great town. We are here today requesting the Planning Board's approval under the mandatory referral process for the sale of 3420 Pliers Mill Road, Joseph Park, which is a 7,500 square foot lot zoned R60. The proceeds of the sale will be allocated to the town's property acquisition fund and will be used to acquire additional land that will allow the town to expand our current park system and to address significant stormwater management issues. The proceeds will also be used to acquire land for a new public works facility in support of the proposed Summit Avenue Extended project, which we believe will help alleviate traffic congestion in the town and provide a tremendous opportunity for future workforce housing development projects. Montgomery Parks, overseen by the board, aims to protect natural and cultural resources, balance recreation with conservation, offer diverse activities for healthy living, and provide clean, safe, and accessible spaces for the properties under their jurisdiction. The town of Kensington is no different with respect to our responsibilities to the residents of Kensington, as the town charter within Article 6, Powers of the Council, authorizes the council to acquire and convey property while also allowing the town to establish and maintain public parks, gardens, playgrounds, and other recreational facilities and programs to promote the health, welfare, and enjoyment of the inhabitants of the town. The stewardship of the town is of the utmost importance to the mayor, council, and the town staff. The town currently maintains 6 parks with 5.5 acres of parkland. The town is designated as a tree city, maintains over 8 miles of roadway. We have a responsibility for the stormwater management within our town, which is not typical in Montgomery County for a jurisdiction, especially our size, and is actively addressing stormwater management issues with 4 separate projects. We are currently under a $1 million stormwater survey project on St. Paul Street, our largest infrastructure project in the history of the town. As a small municipal government, the town has limited resources to address all of our responsibilities. The town's Greenscape Committee has reviewed Joseph's Park on multiple times in an effort to find a compelling use for the property and determined that Joseph's Park has significant limitations, including its small size, lack of accessibility, and topography. Following a comprehensive review of the town's assets and infrastructure needs, the town staff proposed to the mayor and council in 2022 the possibility of selling 3420 Pliers Mill Road, Joseph's Park. The property was appraised in early 2023, and we made the determination that the sale would allow the town to acquire additional land for public use, including 15,178 square feet within part of Parcel A of Kensington Crossing subdivision. This land, which is double the size of Joseph's Park and will be before planning staff as a separate mandatory referral request, is located 1 block east of 3420 Pliers Mill Road and is within the Montgomery County floodplain, and would allow the town to create a garden park atmosphere. The acquisition of this land will also allow the town to address serious stormwater management issues within the vicinity. The proposed sale of 3420 Pliers Mill Road was not taken lightly. The town staff worked with planning staff to establish a factual history of how the town obtained the property and if the property would be suitable for residential development. We also evaluated our internal financials and our necessary infrastructure needs, which are discussed within our FY26 operating and capital improvement plan, and made the determination to move forward by introducing ordinance number O-01-2025 to sell the property located at 3420 Pliers Mill Road. The mayor and council held numerous public meetings, including the formal public hearing for the ordinance, which was adopted by the mayor and council on March 12, 2025. The ordinance was subsequently petitioned to referendum. In the referendum, which was open to all town registered voters, the residents of the town supported the sale of 3420 Pliers Mill Road, Joseph Park, with 68%. The mayor and council and town staff take our responsibility very seriously. We have an obligation to evaluate the entirety of the town with each and every decision we make. When given the opportunity, the residents of the town of Kensington voted directly to support the mayor and council's decision to sell 3420 Pliers Mill Road, and we ask that the Planning Commission approve our mandatory referral. In closing, I would like to thank the planning staff for their help in researching various properties during this review and greatly appreciate their input. We respectfully ask that the planning board follow the planning staff's recommendation and approve the mandatory referral.
Mr. Hoffman, would you walk the board through the 3 blue parcels shown on the screen? Those are proposed for
Sure, and I
acquisition,
think
correct?
this will help Chair Harris, the question he asked previously of planning staff. So the red property is Joseph Park. You'll notice that it's less than 500 feet to the east of St. Paul Park. St. Paul Park is the largest park under the jurisdiction of the town. It is the jewel. We have open space there. We have a pavilion. We have playgrounds. We have equipment that we just upgraded this past year for ADA for children. We don't want to take the interior space, but that is the park. That is the main area within the town. Joseph's Park is adjacent to Pliers Mill Road. It is completely surrounded by residential. The town acquired this property in the 1950s following a taking, a proposed taking. There was a question of planning staff. Our understanding while working with planning staff was that the dedication was removed in the 1980s when the historic district was expanded to include the properties fronting St. Paul Street. This was done, I believe, in 1986. I can't remember every note I have. I believe it was in 1986. So that's when the dedication changed. The property to the east of that, the triangle, which is the blue, that is the 15,000 square feet the town is looking to acquire from the HOA. This area is in a Montgomery County floodplain. We are looking to make it a garden-style park similar to Clem Kennedy Park, if you're familiar with Kensington, and the park just to the south of the Kensington Post Office. There's also significant stormwater management issues in this vicinity. Just to the south of this location is Oberon Street, affectionately known as Lake Oberon to many of our residents because of the amount of stormwater flooding there. This is a project that we'll be able to help address with the acquisition of this property. Not on this map, but I do want to mention it. There is another property to the north of this at 10800 St. Paul. The town is actively looking to acquire as well. This is in coordination with our existing storm drain project on St. Paul Street between University Boulevard and McComas. This will allow us to address stormwater management issues coming off Kensington Heights Park. The amount of water coming off Kensington Heights Park, which is not a town park, is a Maryland National Capital Parks planning, is flooding our residents. We are addressing those problems with our storm drain project right now. The property just to the south of St. Paul Park in blue, that is currently owned by Pepco. We are looking to acquire, it would give us a second property to build a new public works facility. We are required to move our public work facility because of the Summit Avenue Extended project, which is currently located at 3538 DuPont on the west side of town. When the road goes through that location, we believe that having the public works facility right next to St. Paul Park will allow us not only to expand the resources of the park, but it would make sense to have our public works department who maintains St. Paul Park directly next to it. We had previously acquired the property just to the north of that. We refer to it as the Servpro property. We acquired that in November of 2024. The property to the south of the CSX railroad line, which was the M&T drive-through branch, they moved to Connecticut Avenue this past January. There's a mandatory referral before the planning director right now for that property as an acquisition. This property was identified by the town for a number of reasons, specifically to increase parking within our business district. In addition, it's right next to the Kensington Mark train station. We did not own any property south of the railroad tracks to have as a landing spot for a potential overhead crossing for CSX. We have a number of issues crossing the railroad. The railroad crossing actually has an easement on it where MARC train passengers technically are the only ones that are allowed to use the crossing. Now they allow pedestrians and anyone else to use it, but we are looking at options to do an overhead crossing. And so this property also, in conjunction with being a parking location for our business district, also gave us the land for a landing spot for an overhead crossing.
And,
Yes,
and would that bank property also provide parking for the nearby MARC
it would,
station?
yes.
And could you just identify, if you can, where the MARC station is located?
Just to the north of the M&T. So if you can see the rail line, I don't know if there's a better picture. So it's right there. Yep, that's the Kensington Mark station.
Thank you.
It would be helpful if you showed the other parks, not just the ones that you're planning. I think on this plan, I know you went back and saw it, but it would be helpful to see the MNC, PPC, or other parks that are around this area.
Sure. There was a slide earlier in Mr.
Yeah.
Leftwich's. I can identify which park. And
Yeah,
I can,
it would be good that.
Sure. So we'll start from the south. So Warner Circle Park is under Montgomery Parks. It is currently going through a project with the mansion, as you're well aware of. To the east of that is Clem Kennedy Park. That is owned by the town. It's a garden-style park. That is what we're going to try to mirror with the new acquisition park. There's trails and gardens and statues, and it's a very, very nice park.
Yeah, but in this slide, it doesn't show the proposed park. That's what I understand. They explained that to us, but I was going to see that in consideration with the proposed locations, how many other parks are around there? Because some of the concern that I heard was that walkability. Okay, and I do not know where is that senior home that they're talking about, and if there are other things that they could walk to, in the walking distance for them to get to the park.
Certainly. So in the testimony, you heard a resident state that they can walk from Medina Senior Living, which is located at the intersection of Metropolitan Avenue and St. Paul. The closest.
Do you show that? Okay.
Yep, thank you. So the closest park to that is actually St. Paul Park. All she would have to do is walk north, directly north from her facility to reach St. Paul Park. St. Paul Park has a walking path around the perimeter. In order to get to Joseph's Park, she would have to continue up to Pliers Mill Road and walk about 200 feet to the east to get to Joseph's Park.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Ferguson to talk just briefly about some of the procedural issues that were raised.
Good morning. Or
Good morning.
Good afternoon, actually. I am the town attorney for Kensington. I wrote the ordinance that was adopted by the mayor and council. Their procedures were followed. Their procedures are not a violation of their charter. I know as part of the opposition, there is a claim that a law of Kensington was violated. It wasn't, because there's no request here that the commission do anything that changes or increases or makes more intensive the zoning for this property. It remains the same, R60, as it's always been. And as a second matter, frankly, whether the town has followed its own rules with respect to adoption of its ordinances and its notices, et cetera, is a matter outside of what the planning board can do. Here, you are not empowered to make determinations as to whether the town has followed its own rules and state law rules. I'm here to tell you that, in my opinion, they did. But regardless, it's beyond your scope, and I'm just addressing it to make sure that you understand that from the town's perspective and legal perspective, they did follow their own rules. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Anyone else?
That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer questions.
Okay, so, yeah, let me just say, why don't you go ahead? You were, yeah, I'll let you go.
So thank you, and thanks to everyone who showed up to speak in favor of the park. I've got a few questions. I'll just start with one, just to kick things off. You mentioned the 3 properties that are at various stages of acquisition. It sounds like there's at least a mandatory referral in process for one of them, maybe more than one at the moment.
Very close. We're about to submit another one, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 properties, and we are proposing to sell 1 property, and you mentioned that you had it appraised, and you think it can support the purchase of at least, but I guess I'm a little confused about where you intend to use the proceeds and how and whether the proceeds from this can actually accomplish this collection of acquisitions. It sounds like at least some of them started before this disposition, or at least mandatory referral, got to this stage. And so if you could just clarify exactly what the relationship is between this sale, this disposition, and the purchase of what we're looking at on the screen.
Certainly. Thank you for the question. So the town, as any government, has a CIP. We have a capital improvement plan. We allocate funds over multiple years. So for example, this is FY26. This was last year. We allocate funds towards an acquisition because we identify properties. It takes more than 1 year to acquire enough money to file and acquire a property. So we got to the point where we realized that we were not going to have enough money to acquire all the properties in our CIP unless there was some other revenue stream. And we started looking around at our financials, and we identified Joseph's Park as a potential revenue stream for the town. That would be, yes, a sale of a property, but to acquire additional land, one of which would be additional parkland. So it's no different than what we would do any other year. We're evaluating things over multiple years. We're not looking at things year to year. We're looking at things over a long term. That's what we do. We're planning. We're doing this on our own scale. So
Yeah, no, I understand that. So is what you're saying that this sale, I understand there's multiple revenue sources that go into a CIP program that, we deal with the same thing here, at least the county does. But so are you saying that this sale can sort of level up your sort of package of funding sources for these 3 acquisitions so that you can actually take care of all 3 acquisitions using this sale?
Correct.
This
Very
would
good
basically
question.
finalize
Yes.
that.
So our position is that this sale would basically prevent us from having to either possibly raise taxes or to borrow funds against the town.
Yeah.
Yes.
Were there other options you considered to find the revenue?
The council did consider raising property taxes. They did consider borrowing funds. We do have a town council member here, Connor Crimmins. I will defer to him. They make the policies. It was determined that this was the best approach.
Well, you want to ask?
Yeah,
Okay.
why don't we say this? What I'd like to say is that I know that no one likes to see open space, the removal of open space. I will say that at the town of Kensington, like many other places, it's definitely a balancing act of how do you do all the things you want with limited resources, especially today. I personally believe that that because you're trying to purchase another property, it's even a larger piece to support for parkland and stormwater management. And you have a stormwater management issue that you're trying to address, and a lot of things you're trying to address. This is a small parcel in that it is, even though it's open space and it's got some lovely trees, it's we're all trying to balance acts. You seem to have a strategic plan of how you want to manage your town, and I know it's always balancing. I feel that this meets the requirements of the goals of the 2012 sector plan. So as much as we don't like to lose land, but you are creating, you're balancing a lot of needs, and you are creating this open space and stormwater management area, and it looks like a bigger green area there. So, and eventually this site will be a new home for someone to live in. So I'm supportive of it, but it's also tough to say because we're losing a piece of property. But all the things considered, and we always have to consider all the issues, am comfortable moving forward with this mandatory referral. That's so. But I want to hear from the other board members. Yeah.
You know, I'm coming from a park, okay? I do have a hard time to see a park go because we want to create funding for stormwater management. That does not sit well with me. And I could understand that if this is a small and you're going to create a larger park, but I see that the other ones are not really that much bigger. One of them that you said is Pepco. It's just right next to the other park. It just has another property, I guess, in between that it seems to me, you know, it's not all about size, it's about what is in this park. Was this a temporary park or was it a permanent park? Because you have kept, see, there are a difference because people get attached to their park, okay? If always the name of it was that this was just a temporary park because it was slated for right-of-way thing, and after the right-of-way comes, whatever, I don't know what is on there. What is on there right now? Is there any amenity, or is it just trees? Is it benches, pad? What is there? It's just a bare piece of land?
So I just want to back up for 1 second. You mentioned the Pepco property. The Pepco property is not being acquired for parkland, it's being acquired for a public works facility. Joseph's Park is being sold to go to our property acquisition fund, which is going to acquire a number of properties, including what would be the new Joseph's Park, which is the 15,000 square feet just to the east. To answer your other question,
but that's an HOA. They're not going to ever build on it. Why do you see that you have to buy it? It's an HOA property.
There's a current mandatory referral application before the planning director to acquire the property right now.
Well, okay, yeah, I understand. But this park, was it called a park, permanent park, or was it a temporary park?
The town designated it as Joseph Park in the early 2000s to honor and dedicate the Joseph Park plat. There's no amenities. There are trees on it, as a number of residents have stated. Since the adoption of the ordinance, 2 trees have been removed from the property. The trees were required to be removed under an assessment review by an independent arborist.
Have you ever tried to find a grant or something to be able to raise funds to, because there are grants, and I do not know if, you know, unfortunately they have cut a lot from program open space funding, but Parks Department, Montgomery County does distribute some of those POS money to the jurisdictions. And I'm sure you're on it.
As we mentioned in our testimony, or at least in mine, the town has looked at this park for many, many years. I've worked for the town, as I stated, for 17 years. Our Greenscape Committee has been looking at this park for potential uses for many, many years. And as discussed and as planning staff mentioned, the size and the topography and the location have just not met what we felt was a standard park. We believe it's a residential lot. We believe it's best suited for housing. We believe that the revenues that we're going to acquire from this are going to go to our acquisition fund to help acquire properties that will best fit this town, including additional land that will go into our parkland.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Commissioner Bartley, and then we'll go to Vice Chair Linden, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate the town members coming out and contributing their statements. I appreciate the presentation of Town of Kensington, and I appreciate the board's presentation. I have a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. First off, the town's attorney stated that this matter with regards to whether or not the town complied with their own ordinance and law is beyond our scope. It may be beyond our scope, but if there was litigation that was to ensue regarding this and any approval by the planning board, I am certain that a record of this hearing would be used as evidence in some way or another. And if you didn't use it in some way or another, I don't think you'd be living up to your fiduciary responsibility in presenting the best case for the town of Kensington. Finally, Mr. Carr, in his written testimony and in his public testimony, pointed out some deficiencies with regards to the process regarding selling the land, public land for private use, and the steps and procedures that the planning board and the town were to go through. I'm persuaded by Mr. Carr's written testimony and public testimony that those issues need to be addressed by the planning board, and so I'm not confident in going forward with a vote in support of it. And then additionally to a final statement, Mr. Linden had some very direct questions for the town, and they failed to answer them. And I'm unsatisfied with the answers to Mr. Linden's questions. In follow-up to Mr. Linden's questions, I have the following questions. Are there contracts in place right now specifically for the acquisition of the land that is meant to take the place of this land once it is removed from the public use to private individual use? First question. Second question, are the funds that are being derived from the sale of this land to a private person specifically earmarked towards the purchase of specific property and pledged solely towards that specific property? Or can those funds be used on other properties or projects that would be used for the public citizens of Kensington rather than an outdoor park? Thank you.
I can answer the second question. Within the ordinance that was adopted, it required the town to acquire public land for the sale of Joseph Park that was equivalent in size or not. The way the CIP and the budget is together is that it goes to the land acquisition fund. So the money goes into basically the acquisition fund, and then the acquisition of the property, the money comes out of that. It's not tied to a specific property, although within our, like I said, within our FY26 budget, we have identified the 4 properties that we're looking to acquire, and those are the properties that we are actively pursuing. I will defer to the town attorney to state what she can release to the acquisition of the HOA property.
The HOA property has been in intense negotiation over a number of months to acquire. And I know that the mayor and council support the acquisition of the property. So that is in train, and the negotiations have been proceeding, and I have been part of that effort. And a contract of sale has been created and provided. So there's the full intention to proceed one way or the other with that.
So has the contract been fully executed and you're waiting to go to settlement and closing upon receiving the proceeds from the sale of this particular park?
If I may just take a second to confer with the manager.
My primary concern is that the park will be sold, a contract will not be closed upon, and or the price will increase from the seller because now the seller has an advantage and leverage, and the scarcity and value of such properties in the community increases in value because now they have leverage against you. And I would hate for you to think that you had the general fund to purchase the property, but now you've lost the opportunity because you haven't solidified a contract and a price specific that could be met with the sale of this current public property.
If I might respond to that, the HOA property is undevelopable or could only be developed at at a much larger amount of money than leaving it where it currently is. And the same question was asked of Ms. Rosenfeld the other day, and I think she's right up to the minute with being able to respond to the development opportunities on that property.
There really are no development potentials on the property at all. It is located almost entirely in a floodplain, which under Maryland regulations means it cannot be built for residential purposes. It's also bisected by WSSC easements. There's an existing water line that cuts the property in half. There are 2 sewer lines that split the property into thirds. And then if you take the small remaining piece that's not subject to all of those encumbrances, when you add front and side yard setbacks, you have nothing left buildable. So as a practical matter, it's hard to justify more than a nominal sales price for that piece of property. The other thing I would like to briefly respond, Commissioner Barkley, to your comments about your concerns about the process. The planning board often hears testimony from people who are concerned about procedural issues, concerns about private easements, concerns about other contractual matters, and the board has routinely been very, very careful to say that those issues, if they're going to be resolved, need to be resolved in a court of law, and that the board is not the forum to adjudicate those matters. And I think that the legal issues that have been raised in connection with the referendum fall squarely within that purview. So I simply wanted to bring to your attention the board's longstanding policy on that type of issue, and I don't think it's different in a mandatory referral from a different type of regulatory review. Thank you.
Are there any pending court actions with regards to this transaction?
There are none.
Proposed transaction?
There are none.
And I can step in a bit as well. I'm Allie Myers with the Office of General Counsel, because we are speaking to the board's role, what the scope is for a mandatory referral review. And as I believe as Director Sartori mentioned at the outset, correct, this is a state process, but the board has approved the uniform standards for mandatory referral, and that's what lays out the process and the procedure and the board's considerations. So the uniform standards for mandatory referral indicate that the planning board is reviewing all relevant land use and planning aspects of the proposal, and then lays out specific considerations for the board to determine whether or not they're relevant to the action. As Mr. Carr mentioned a number of the considerations and acknowledged that this is an advisory action. So when the board is taking action on a mandatory referral, the board can raise concerns, can raise conditions, make recommendations to the entity that is bringing the mandatory referral, but ultimately it is a recommendation and it is advisory. And so the board, in this case, is looking to analyze the planning and land use implications of the disposition. Specifically, the disposition is what's before you as a mandatory referral. There's been a lot of other information provided about the process, about the rationale, the potential next steps, but I want to be clear about what the scope of the mandatory review is, and for the board to really analyze the planning and land use aspects of this disposition.
And if I could just add a little more specificity to that, the standards that we use for our review of this and the board should be using are included on pages 6 through 8 of the staff report. There are 8 standards that we look at all of our mandatory referrals against, and in this particular case, 4 of them are not applicable because of the type of mandatory referral, this disposition. There's nothing being constructed, so that takes some of those out of the question. So I called the board's attention to those 8, really 4, that begin on the bottom of page 6 of our staff report and run through page 8.
Is the use of land one of them? I look at it, I don't remember how it is being used.
Commissioner, so would you like me to go through each one? That might be the most easy for the board. So
Just the topic, yeah.
Yeah, so the first one is whether the proposal is consistent with the county's general plan, functional plans, master plan of highways, environmental guidelines, and other master or sector plans. So that's the first. The second is whether the proposal is consistent with the intent and requirements of the zone in which it's located. The third is whether the nature of the proposed site and development, its scale and structure and so on, is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood and properties. The fourth is whether the locations of buildings and structures, open space, and so on are safe and adequate and efficient, and vehicular circulations are also, systems are also adequate. The fifth is whether the proposal has an approved NRI. In this case, we don't have a forest conservation plan, but it goes into the environmental aspects of the review, which is not applicable here. The sixth is whether the preliminary or final water quality plan, also not applicable in this case. And the seventh is whether or not the site would be needed for park use if the proposal is for disposition of a surplus school or other publicly owned properties, and this is relevant in this case. And the last is whether alternatives or mitigation measures have been considered for the project if the proposal is inconsistent with the general plan. So that those are the 8 different measures that we look at for all mandatory referrals. And in this case, as the director mentioned, only a few of these are applicable in this instance. And I did want to mention, while I'm on the record, that all procedures have been followed for noticing of this application. I know there were some questions about that, and all of those procedures have been followed and properly conducted.
I hope we have time for just a few more questions. I'll try to keep these quick. So first, we've talked about the HOA property, and I'm just curious if that property currently has any access open to the public. Is it being used by anyone currently? Can people walk through it? Is that allowed? Are there trails and so on?
So it's part of open space for the HOA. Is it accessible? Yes. There's some topography issues on the north side when you get to Pliers Mill. There's a couple French drains in there to help with some stormwater. But yes, it's accessible. One of the requests by the HOA was that we maintain the sledding hill in the contract for it. That was one of the requests they made. We also offered to allow at least 2 members of their HOA board to help design the park as a new garden park.
Okay.
So, yes, I mean, is it accessible now? Yes, we're hoping to make it even more accessible once we open.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is, well, partly just to understand the current situation there. There seems to be motivation to make this park, or this potential park, better. And I think I'm still struggling a little bit to understand why there isn't the same motivation to make the Joseph Park better as well. And just before you respond, you mentioned it's small. It's true, it's small. It's not unusual to have pocket parks like this elsewhere in the county. I used to live close to 2 of them before I moved to a different part of the county. And although we're kind of reviewing this in the context of the general plan, the PROS plan, the parks plan for the county, does speak to the value of these kind of neighborhood pocket parks as a way to provide more access to immediate neighbors. It provides a different kind of park experience and different park services than the St. Paul's Park kind of down the block. So I do think that a park of this size and location does have value. That's something that we in our master plans and the PROS plan talk about. And the other thing, you mentioned topography as a constraint. I can't speak to that directly, but I do sort of question, just given the images that we saw, whether that's really a constraint on doing sort of some of the bare minimum things that honestly the residents talked about: benches, small playgrounds, shade structures, things that the community can just go and better appreciate what the park provides, sort of commensurate with the size and scale and conditions of that park. I'm just wondering kind of why topography and why the size prevents the town of Kensington from pursuing that.
I will answer a portion of the question, and that is the use of the HOA land. The HOA land is privately owned by the persons who are part of the homeowners association, the people who live on the land. While others may cross that land, they're in essence trespassing unless they have consent. The town would never be allowed to place any kind of stormwater management facility there or any other park facility there because it's owned privately. They have, as noted by Mr. Hoffman, proposed a contract of sale whereby the HOA would still be involved. But at that point, though, the town would have the say-so over how the park was developed. And just to note, it's park, public use, and also stormwater management, public use. Mr. Crimmins was part of the committee, the Greens Committee, that actually looked at this park and has some good background in answering the other part of your question, I think.
So I've been a member of the town council for 9 years. During that time, I've also chaired our Greenscape Committee and been involved in the Greenscape Committee for some time. The Greenscape Committee has evaluated this park numerous times over the last 10 years for different uses. At a time when the town was looking to identify a dog park, we evaluated this site, and it does not meet the guidelines set out by Montgomery County because it abuts 3 residential properties. We have looked at it for community gardens, but it is an entirely shaded park, in part by the trees that are on it, in part by the trees that are in my yard and my neighbor's yard to the south and to the west. So, it has no water currently to that park. So it doesn't meet the guidelines for Montgomery County's Community Parks program. The topography, aerial shots don't give it. There is access at grade as you're coming eastbound on Pliers Mill Road. But at Wheatley, from the street to the park is probably a 5.5-foot straight hill. I mean, it is a berm. It would need significant improvements. We have discussed, right, putting other structures, benches, and other things. The process that the Greenscape Committee went through over the last 8 to 10 years is to try and create an identity for each park. We have a garden park. We have our memorial park. We have St. Paul Park, which is our big, open, active, playgrounds and picnics and pavilion park. The committee struggled with any sort of identity. We tried numerous different uses. We found those uses elsewhere in town. We located a dog run near the MARC station. We just could not find a use for this park. When the opportunity came up from staff's proposal to identify the HOA property, to the town attorney's point, we want the ability to control that land for stormwater management, for tree canopy, but also to give it an identity. We have the ability to put in a walking surface that would connect from Pliers Mill to Oberon and truly activate the park. We could put in pollinator gardens. There are other activities that we could locate in that space, which is roughly 200 feet to the east of the current Joseph's Park.
Thanks. Yeah, that's helpful. That's helpful context.
And there's a little more history here that Mr. Hoffman can go into as to how this property originally came into the possession of the town and what the intent was in acquiring that.
Yeah.
So the town acquired the properties in the 50s for $10. We acquired it because what happened was the owner of the property at the time was looking to sell the land, and they were denied a building permit to build a house. The reason why was the public taking for the road. So what the town ended up acquiring, we're not entirely sure. There was a lot of history. There was some, we found something in our minutes. Planning staff was very helpful. The Board of Appeals was very helpful into researching this. But essentially, the town acquired this in the 50s, and it was just a lot with no designation or anything until the early 2000s. And the Kensington Historical Society and the town decided to honor the original Joseph Platt, and we put a sign up. There's, like I said, I've been here 17 years. When I first started in the town, there was never any conversations or anything about any amenities or turning this into a park. It was basically like an historical marker. It was a history board type signage. It's only really been since the Greenscape, maybe over the last 12 to 15 years, that it's kind of actually looked at this as a potential park area. I think I mentioned previously, the designation, the taking, was removed when they expanded the historic district north of the railroad tracks to include St. Paul Street, including Councilmember Crimmins' property. So that's what made this lot available to be sold and buildable again. There's an 8-foot right-of-way now. We were talking with planning staff last year. It's in the highway master plan. There's no additional taking recommended. It's not in the 2012 sector plan. We're about to start a new sector plan here in 2026. There's no, there's nothing that would limit this from moving forward to be sold that we've been told of or that there's been any inquiries to us.
Okay. I think, just speaking for myself, this background is really helpful. And to the chair's point earlier, these are, weighing these sort of different things is, when you all have obviously been in this for years and we're kind of engaging on it now. And so it's hard from kind of this place to obviously second guess, like, did you consider this? What other funding sources are there for that? And I get that, and I'm sensitive to that for sure. Just speaking for myself again, I think that, weighing the land use value of the site, as we're kind of talking about here, related to these questions, it would be one thing, just for example, speaking for myself again, if this site could house, several units, as in other contexts, we've been talking about, kind of in this board with other plans, likely developed for one house, right? In a very, expensive part of the county, likely a house that's going to be sold for quite a bit of money. And so I'm not sure that result sort of outweighs, to me, the loss of this land for the use of the community, even considering what you said. I understand what you said about kind of identity and what can you actually put here. But it sounds like many community members are using it and enjoying it today. They'd like it to be better, it sounds like, but there is some use of it today, and there's some value there today. And I'm not convinced, I guess, that this is absolutely necessary to accomplish the other goals of the acquisition of these other lands. It sounds like the land to the east will be wonderful if and when it's acquired, when it's developed, and turned into the garden-style apartment that you described. I'm just not convinced that the loss of this land is necessary as part of that broader vision, at least when it comes to this mandatory referral. So to be honest, I think I'm leaning not to recommend it.
Okay. So let me just, one more thing, and then I'll ask Commissioner Hedrick if you have any questions or comments, and then we need to wrap this up. So I wanted just to reiterate that it appears that the proposed park that you are build, it'll be a public facility for the long term. It'll be twice as large as the site that would be sold, and it's only a half a block or so from the existing park. The larger park, which is the Joseph's Park, is it? It was just
St. Paul Park?
St. Paul Park
to the west?
To the west is a very large park, so people have access to St. Paul Park. They'll have access to this newer park, and it meets the requirements to me, it meets the requirements in the mandatory referral analysis. And just to answer, I don't know if someone else's question, you sell and buy when things are available. You don't have to have everything tied up in a bow, because when you have a long-term plan, when it's available, you buy it, and I think that if this property were to sell, the red property, it'll sell quickly. Ideally, yep, we would love to have a duplex or a triplex there, but for those reasons, it meets the requirements of mandatory referral, in my opinion. You will have a new park that's twice as large, that has what I understand will be more amenitized, that I would recommend moving forward with the mandatory referral, voting yes. So Commissioner Hedrick, do you have anything to say before we do a vote here?
I want to add one more comment, but I wait for Commissioner Hedrick before voting.
I'm happy to defer to Commissioner Pettaway in a minute. My comments are largely in line with the chair's. I think that it meets the definitions for mandatory referral. I tend to defer to the town on their overall plan and how they want to put all those pieces together. And I think they've made a case for the stormwater management and the additional park and the development. I think that, again, it meets I think, reviewing the memo, it meets the requirements for the mandatory referral, and I tend to agree with the town's consideration of the disposition of their resources.
Okay.
So I'm good.
I'm going to ask another question. Your explanation and also the history was really good. It helped me to understand your position a little bit. So you have been trying to make this park relevant, and through different attempts, it didn't lend itself to any kind of future use, except that it's a lot that has some trees and it's just an open space, that there is a value to it. I do understand that value. However, you said that this is like 5 foot above and accessibility is an issue also.
Yeah, I don't know if you have the ability to bring up a street view from Wheatley, but
Well,
I believe, can we testify?
Excuse me, ma'am, please.
Please allow him to answer.
So along Wheatley Street, from Wheatley to try and enter the park, you have to walk up a berm. That is, I mean, it would meet no ADA
So
standard.
there is no AA. It may be
No,
accessible.
it is an undeveloped and unimproved residential lot. To the town manager's point, this was always a residential lot. It was zoned R60 from the origination of the town. It was intended to be built. The owner, Mr. Hyde, at that time in 1956, applied to build a residential home and was denied solely because of the right-of-way issue where they widened the right-of-way, making his lot unbuildable because it did not meet the minimum square footage threshold. In 1986, when the historic district was extended along St. Paul Street, that right-of-way was returned, which then returned the buildable square footage above the 7,500 square foot limit, now returning this lot to a buildable lot within the R60 to be a residential property of which it was always intended to be, except for a technicality that was then removed. But for many decades, it has sat unimproved. In around 2003, the name Joseph Park was put into the land as a way to recognize Joseph's plat, the subdivision area of the neighborhood. But it is, as you can see here, it is a unimproved residential lot within the R60.
Okay, thank you.
So it may not be 5 feet, but it's a berm there. Okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, please, is there a plan with a but regardless of the height and everything, so, are you finished, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve and request transmittal of comments to the mandatory referral? Yeah,
I'll move to approve the manual.
Ma'am, we know that there's a berm, whether it's 5 feet, 2 feet, whatever. I know it's not all around. I can see that, ma'am. I can see that, ma'am.
We
please.
saw that. I understand that. Just 1 second. The question I asked was that it was any attempt to make it a developed park or any, and they have been thinking about it, and it did not lend itself to any value added, except that I do appreciate the open space, okay? That has been an open space, but right now, the town feels that there are enough space, and with their capital improvement program, they can use the fund to create more open space. And I do understand that also.
Okay, is there a motion to approve and request?
You had the motion. So I second it.
All right. Yeah, I'll finish the motion to approve the mandatory referral and transmit comments.
Yeah, a second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? 2 opposed. Okay, it moves forward 3-2. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone for coming out today. We're just going to take a 1-minute break. we're going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next item, 5, which is Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan Preliminary Recommendations Overview Bill Briefing, Part 1. Welcome back. We're going to do a little house cleaning. We need to go back and approve one resolution now that Commissioner Bartley is here. It's the only theater center site plan amendment where Commissioners Pedawam and I cannot vote, but the other three can. So is there a motion to approve the only theater center site plan amendment resolution?
So moved.
I will move. I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
3 ayes and 2 abstain. So thank you so much. Now we'll go to item number 5, the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan Preliminary Recommendations Overview Briefing, Part 1, where Lauren Stamm is presenting. So welcome.
Thank you, Chair Harris. Just wanted to say a few words before we get started. Carrie Sanders for the record, East County Division Chief. We're really happy to be here to present the preliminary recommendations as part of a 3-part series for the Planning Board and for the public. The Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan is going to set a vision for neighborhoods that will soon be poised for change. As you know, the Purple Line is expected to open in 2027, and it plans for faster, more reliable transit, as well as bus service along the corridors, which is a separate project led by MCDOT. And this plan responds to that change by recommending ways to preserve affordability in the neighborhoods near the Purple Line and along the transit corridors. It also recommends adding more housing and more types of housing. And it also recommends supporting the small businesses that are there today and improving transportation safety. So I wanted to take a moment to just thank Lauren Stamm, the project manager, as well as Melissa Williams, who is also working on this project with Lauren, as well as Grace Bogdan, who's going to be talking about our placemaking effort associated with the plan. We've been engaging on this plan since October of 2023, and staff has actually engaged with more than 1,200 community members through surveys, through events, meetings, focus groups, and interviews with local businesses. And we're going to actually continue that engagement over the coming months through the release of the recommendations. We will be having an open house. We'll be getting some feedback on those recommendations, and we'll continue to refine the recommendations based on the feedback that we hear from the community as well as from the planning board. So this is a process that will be continuing, and we're really looking forward to kicking it off today and focusing on the community engagement and the placemaking. So with that, I will turn it over to Lauren.
Thank you so much, Carrie. My name is Lauren Stamm, for the record. I am the project manager for the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan, and I am very excited today to share with you our preliminary recommendations and walk you through what we've developed so far for this plan. So this will be the first of 3 briefings. We'll be back over the next 2 weeks to continue the conversation. So today we'll focus on an overview of the plan. We'll talk about placemaking. Next week, we'll really dive into the plan-wide recommendations, and we'll have our full team here presenting. These are, the themes that apply across the entire plan area and are organized by topic. And then on March 19th, we'll be back to talk about the district-specific and zoning recommendations for the 5 districts that are within the plan. So here's what we'll cover today. I'll go over a little bit of context about the plan area. I'll cover highlights from our community engagement work. I'll talk about the overall framework, vision, and organization of the recommendations. I'll also give a little bit of a brief overview of the key recommendations in the plan, and then I will transition to Grace and Melissa, who will cover placemaking and next steps. So first, I'll start with the plan context. Here is the full timeline for the plan. We started this effort in 2023. And today we're at the stage of sharing preliminary recommendations with the community and planning board. Over the past few years, we have focused heavily on community engagement, analysis, and understanding the area's challenges, issues, and opportunities. The preliminary recommendations we will be sharing over the next several weeks are grounded in what we've heard from the community, as well as staff analysis and best planning practices. And we really feel by sharing this level of detail now, we can create more opportunities for people to take a look at the recommendations, really understand them, and then provide feedback on the recommendations as we work towards the working draft of the plan. We often find that, interest sort of increases in a plan once we really start to share the ideas and people can really sort of understand what they are. And so we really want to take that time to listen and incorporate feedback from the community as well as from you all that, you'll provide over the next 3 briefings. As Carrie mentioned, engagement will continue in the coming months, along with the implementation of our placemaking work, which is really just another opportunity for us to get engagement and feedback on these recommendations. And then again, we will be back in the fall with the working draft to share with the community and the planning board. I wanted to orient you quickly to the plan area. So we are focused on we're in the southeastern corner of the county, inside the Beltway, and this plan area directly borders Prince George's County. And this is the plan area that was approved by the planning board in May of 2024. I'm just going to describe it a little bit to give you a little more context. This area is east. It's located east of downtown Silver Spring. It extends east from Sligo Creek to the Prince George's County border. It's inside the Beltway and north of the city of Tacoma Park. It includes many neighborhoods, such as North Hills, Indian Springs, Sligo Brandview, Kilmarock, New Hampshire Estates, Montgomery Knolls, Clifton Park, Franklin Knolls, Oakview, many more, as well as numerous multifamily communities and condo communities. We also have several townhouse communities here. We have a lot of diversity of different types of housing. So this area is largely residential. It also includes 3 Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth corridors, Colesville Road, University Boulevard, and New Hampshire Avenue. 3 Purple Line stations, Manchester Place, Long Branch, and Piney Branch Road. The Long Branch commercial area, which is focused around the intersections of Flower Avenue and Piney Branch Road and University Boulevard and Piney Branch Road. As well as many institutional uses. We have a lot of schools, churches, community centers. We have the YMCA, and then 3 Stream Valley Parks, Sligo Creek, Long Branch, and Northwest Branch. I want to talk a little bit about who lives in this area. We have nearly 37,000 residents. Almost half are foreign-born. This is a very proud, longstanding immigrant community. The most commonly spoken language here, besides English, is Spanish. And compared to the county, this area has higher proportions of Black as well as Hispanic or Latino residents and smaller percentages of white, Asian, and other groups. I also wanted to give a quick overview of the Community Equity Index. We talked a lot about this when we came with the scope of work. And this is something that is a tool that was developed by the Research and Strategic Projects Division. It measures equity-related indicators on the census tract level. And you can see that much of the plan area is within moderately or highly disadvantaged tracts, which are shown in red and orange. There is one proportionate tract, which is shown in yellow, and one that is slightly advantaged, shown in blue. And the main drivers of disadvantage in this area are lack of English proficiency, poverty, and the proportion of households who rent rather than own their homes. Given the diversity of this area, we were just really intentional about how we went about engagement for this plan. Early on, we partnered with Brick & Story. They're a firm that specializes in engagement for planning efforts. And then together with them, we developed a strategy that was really focused on meeting people where they are and engaging in ways that work best for them. So as Carrie mentioned, since 2023, we've heard from over 1,200 community members. And we sort of broke this into 2 phases. The first was before the scope of work, which we talked a little bit about when we came and presented the scope of work. That was sort of our pre-scope engagement from fall 2023 to spring 2024. This was really focusing on plan-wide topics to better understand the issues and challenges and help us determine what the appropriate area for the plan should be. And that is covered in attachment B. We have a full report that was done on that work. And then the next phase, which was after the scope of work, we called our community visioning phase. This was really sort of deeper engagement that focused on plan-wide topics, but we also followed it up by neighborhood-level conversations with a large plan area. It's really important to make sure that we understand the nuances of different communities here. They have different challenges, different opportunities, and so we really focused on creating opportunities for that. And that work is covered in attachment C, which is an additional report that sort of focuses on that year of engagement. And I'll just share too that we also have a website that's sort of dedicated to our engagement where you can find more and find summaries of different events we've done and what we've heard through this process. So I wanted to share who we reached. Among those who shared demographic information, we don't always get demographic information when we go to events. And, people are always sort of want to share different sorts of information. But from those who did share, this was sort of what we gathered. Renters and homeowners participated in nearly equal numbers. Our race and ethnicity responses show about equal participation from white residents and Latino or Hispanic residents, with smaller representations from our Black, African American, Asian, and other groups. And then for languages spoken at home, about 50% said English, 42% Spanish, 3% Amharic, and 5% other, which included Farsi, Korean, French, and other languages. I want to talk through and sort of highlight some of the engagement strategies we used as part of our sort of meet people where they are approach. We tried a lot of different things, understanding that different people have different ways they want to engage with us, and we want to kind of have a spectrum of opportunities for people to have conversations that work for them. So first, one thing we did is interactive corridor conversations. We called these community conversations, and they were focused around the Thrive Montgomery 2050 growth corridors, Colesville Road, University Boulevard, and New Hampshire Avenue. We had a lot of different sort of interactive activities. You can see on the screen a photo or two photos of people looking at specific intersections and discussing transportation solutions that they think would help make it easier for them to be able to navigate those intersections. We also had a really I thought it was fun, build your block activity, where people were given a block and different building types, and we talked about sort of what types of buildings could work in different places, and got their feedback on what they thought made the most sense for their neighborhood. And then we also had a lot of discussion about community amenities, parks, and placemaking, and sort of what they wanted to see in the future of their neighborhood. We also had open houses throughout the last couple of years where people were really allowed to sort of move between topics. We had our full planning team there, and they could dive into talking about the environment or transportation or different issues. And we always had sort of ways to be able to provide feedback on sticky notes or dot voting or different exercises. I would say our most successful strategy this entire sort of run has been community events and pop-ups and just showing up where people are already there. We don't, when we say come to this fun planning event, it's sort of less of a sell, I would say, than when people are already at a festival and their kids are playing on a playground and they can just come stop by and grab some cool sunglasses and provide some feedback. So that was really a key strategy for us throughout. We went to the Long Branch Festival twice. On the top here, you see a graphic recording artist, kind of recording as people are sharing comments with her. We also went to a lot of the events in this area happen to be food distributions that are held at churches. So we if we were allowed to go to those, we made ourselves available and, participated in those as well. And we got a lot of great feedback that way. To reach groups we weren't hearing from as much, we found focus groups a really helpful strategy, and partnering with sort of a trusted group or school or person that we met to help us sort of form a group that we could have a focus group with. We did that really successfully at New Hampshire Estates Elementary School with parents and then residents at Northwest Park Apartments, which is located on New Hampshire Avenue. We were also invited by a lot of communities to join them for walking tours. So we did that with a couple groups as well. And then lastly, I would say this is a really important something that we've done, which has had continual sort of ongoing conversations with key stakeholders in this area. And we're lucky in that, this area happens to have a lot of those groups, and they've been really extremely valuable and helpful. When we're doing planning, we come into an area that we may not have been in for a while. And so, working with groups that are trusted and really understand the community's needs is really extremely helpful, and we're very grateful for their partnership. I would say that includes CHEER. CHEER has sort of a group that really focuses on housing called the Long Branch Housing Action Team. We've also worked closely with the Long Branch Business League. I can't say enough how valuable their support and help has been, and we've actually already met with them to share some of these preliminary recommendations and get their feedback. And I would say it's another reason why the level of depth we have in these preliminary recommendations has been really helpful. For us to be able to sort of send them a chapter and get feedback from them is really great. We also always have online ways for people to share thoughts with us. That has included 2 questionnaires over the last 2 years and an interactive map where people could sort of drop comments in, or you could text a sign to tell us about an intersection or park if you wanted to provide information that way. Throughout sort of the next couple presentations, we'll be talking a lot about what we heard in engagement, and we'll be talking about that, by element as well as by area of the plan. But I did want to give some sort of framing about the themes that really rung true throughout all of our engagement. First, people love this area. They are really passionate about living here. They're passionate about the diversity, the parks, the community facilities, the diverse retail and restaurants, the vibrancy of this area. People also really have challenges getting around without a car. It does not feel safe to walk along or cross large roadways, which are very prevalent here. People don't always feel safe in parks and public spaces, especially at night. And so that is a comment that was sort of through a through line through many of our conversations. And then lastly, there's sort of a lot of mixed feelings about the Purple Line and what's going to happen when it comes. I think this community has been dealing with the construction, which has been a little intense for the last many years, decade. And so, I think there's excitement about the opportunities that it'll bring, but there are also a lot of concerns about it changing this area, it becoming unaffordable, and then it ultimately resulting in displacement for both residents and small businesses. I also just wanted to share the graphic recording from the Long Branch Festival, which you can see echoes many of those themes I just mentioned, but it also has, smaller comments like we want more coffee shops, we want cleaner streets, community gardens, and of course a comment to please finish the Purple Line. And through our community engagement, we learned so much about this area, and that's really, information that you can't always gather through our sort of technical analysis, but we have sort of brought that together with expert analysis from our fantastic multidisciplinary team, guiding policies like Thrive Montgomery 2050 and other countywide plans, and also continued conversations we've had with public agencies, property owners, service providers to develop these preliminary recommendations. And we really see these recommendations as sort of our first draft and a stage to gather input from you and the community and then refine before we come back with a working draft in the fall. So next I'll walk through the plan, vision, and goals. The overarching vision for the entire plan area is better connected, thriving, welcoming, resilient communities that offer residents choices in how they live, work, shop, play, and travel. Key goals include ensuring a high quality of life through parks, community facilities, and safe gathering places, strengthening Long Branch as a vibrant mixed-use center that celebrates the community's diversity, preserves affordability, uplifts small businesses, and offers better access to transit with 2 Purple Line stations, increasing the capacity to address climate resiliency, adaptation, and greenhouse gas emissions, preserving and expanding the amount of safe, subsidized, and affordable housing, creating safer ways to get around and more options, especially for those walking, biking, rolling, and taking transit, building more and different types of housing near transit. And lastly, I think this really frames sort of all of the recommendations, but ensuring that current and future residents alike benefit from the investment and opportunities offered by the Purple Line and Bus Rapid Transit. This is the concept framework, which illustrates the key concepts of the preliminary recommendations and how they fit together, sort of summarizing the plan's main ideas. This includes several elements, such as regional connections. These are Colesville Road, University Boulevard, New Hampshire Avenue, and Piney Branch Road, shown in blue. They provide major regional access, but also today really act as dividers between neighborhoods. 3 of these regional connections are also envisioned as main corridors for the plan. They're shown with a red outline, and we really envision these as better connecting neighborhoods, as safe, comfortable routes for walking, biking, and rolling, better served by bus rapid transit, more types of housing and community amenities. Parks and park trails, which are shown in green, are a very important feature of this plan area. The 3 Stream Valley parks in this area offer vital natural resources, recreational opportunities, and key shaded north-south connections for pedestrians and cyclists. Local connections sort of build on the main corridors and park trails by connecting them and offering more east-west and additional north-south connections to build a fully connected pedestrian network where residents can easily access nearby schools, parks, community facilities, transit, and mixed-use destinations without a car. Those mixed-use destinations include Long Branch, which is envisioned as a vibrant, walkable mixed-use center, connecting 2 Purple Line stations, existing commercial areas, and important community facilities. That's currently where the Long Branch Recreation Center, library, and pool are located. And then Manchester Place, which offers an opportunity for neighborhood-serving retail, improved connections, and better public spaces around the new Manchester Place Purple Line station. These mixed-use destinations are surrounded by areas that remain predominantly residential with a variety of housing types, supported by community anchors like schools, parks, pools, and places of worship. And lastly, gateways offer distinctive entry points that reflect unique community identities through landscaping, public art, and inviting public spaces, and really invite people into these main corridors and mixed-use destinations.
So what is Manchester Place? I don't know. Is that like, when you say Long Branch, you mean Long Branch Community Center and library and everything? These are the destinations.
So Long Branch is, I would say people define Long Branch in different ways. I think there are 2 commercial areas currently within Long Branch that are located around the intersection I'm pointing at here, and then there are 2 Purple Line stations.
We can't see.
Oh, you can't see my map?
Yeah, if you
can't
just
see.
showed where the
sorry.
Long Branch and
Here we go.
Manchester
I
Place.
think I found my mouse.
What is it?
Sorry about that. Sorry, this
Oh, it's a
red, I'm sorry,
neighborhood.
this outlined area is what we're highlighting as Long Branch on the concept framework.
I
Here.
see.
And it includes 2 Purple Line stations. Sorry, there's kind of a slow, the way I'm moving the mouse.
So these are actually neighborhood places. So it's a whole neighborhood that you
Yes.
call it as a destination place.
Yes. I would say when people talk about Long Branch, I think it also includes many of the residential areas without it and, beyond it. And we actually, in a few slides, I'm going to show a district map, which actually shows Long Branch as much larger. But, I think we're envisioning this mixed-use center is really focused around the Purple Line stations and existing commercial uses, carrying forward recommendations that were made through the 2013 Long Branch Sector Plan. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Let me see if I can. Okay. So we'll explore these concepts in greater detail through many more recommendations in our plan-wide elements, and we'll cover that in greater detail next week on March 12th. And then we also have separate chapters focused on each unique area of the plan. The plan area includes 5 districts. So here you'll see Long Branch is a much larger district than what I just shared, as it includes many residential areas as well. We also have Manchester Place, Colesville Road, University Boulevard North, and New Hampshire Avenue. Each district has its own vision and goals, as well as zoning recommendations and site-specific recommendations, and we'll discuss that in more detail on March 19th. I just wanted to end on some of the key themes of the recommendations included in the plan, which really focused on how we can best leverage the opportunity of the transportation investments that are coming with the Purple Line and future bus rapid transit, focusing on creating more opportunities for housing, different types of housing, community services, and amenities, retaining affordability and ensuring that deeply affordable housing is included in new development, improving pedestrian safety and access to new transit, and lastly, supporting and creating opportunities for small businesses in Long Branch. And now I will pass it along to Grace Bogdan to discuss placemaking for this plan.
Good afternoon. For the record, Grace Bogdan with Design, Placemaking, and Policy. I'm excited to be here today for a lot of reasons, but first off, I think this is the first time I'm presenting to you guys in my new role within the reorganization, which is leading the placemaking and special projects for Montgomery Planning. So hello again, new me. I'm sorry? I did. But before I begin to talk about our ideas that we're cooking for Eastern Silver Spring placemaking, I do want to talk a little bit about placemaking's role within the planning department in general. As you may know, our placemaking efforts span back for the last 10 years or so now, and placemaking really gives us this unique ability to be able to bring ideas to life when planning in general, like we're not an implementing agency. We have a heavy hand in development review, but we are not the private entities creating that redevelopment. We have a heavy hand in creating master plan visions, but we aren't the implementing agencies of those master plan visions. So when we think about placemaking and having this ability to, for a day, like, or weekend festival, or, what we're planning on here, a couple months, like create something, like this is our chance to do that. And so back in 2024, we created the Placemaking Strategic Plan, which really outlines ways that we want to continue doing placemaking in the county. And one of the major strategies that we've been focusing on is using placemaking as a tool within our master planning process to help test some of the emerging ideas and preliminary recommendations that we're considering, bringing those ideas to life, testing them out, learning from them, and then fine-tuning them before they become these long-term recommendations in a master plan for the next 20 years. And so it's exciting to be here today because Eastern Silver Spring is our first plan where we're really intertwining this intentionally within the sector planning process. And so what you'll see today, I think, is that our placemaking concept that we're going to be presenting to you is a little different than what you've seen in the past. It's not a 1 or 2 day big festival like we are well familiar with Wheels in Wheaton or Damascus, but this is something that we, again, intertwining with the sector planning process and the amazing community engagement efforts that they've done, we really wanted to listen to what they've heard and take that into consideration and help test those ideas and bring those to life. And so what did we hear? I think you just heard Lauren say that these residents really love their parks and their open spaces, and they have this huge desire to have more of those spaces, and specifically more spaces to gather and feel safe in. So that leads us to our concept here. Okay. Gathering spots. And so with this, it's definitely a more smaller footprint than what we've done in the past, like I said, but we'd like to create locations throughout the plan area, multiple locations. We're looking at 3 to 5 spots to create a focal point for community life. And in this, it would essentially be taking a space and making it look more welcoming in a smaller footprint in a particular area and testing that idea out for at least 3 to 6 months. And when we say a smaller footprint at in a certain scale, like these locations at its smallest point would be about 20 square feet, which is about like the size of this table. And then as we create that space to be more welcoming, and it can expand probably up to the dais area. And so again, these are going to be installed very shortly and be up through the summer and into the fall. And this really helps align with the sector planning recommendations because, as Lauren just said, they're going to be working on open houses and working with the community, bringing these preliminary recommendations into the neighborhoods during that time as well. And so we'll be able to use these gathering spots as just one more way to interact with the community in a passive way and gain feedback on these particular locations as we move through the summer, and then the planning team works on the working draft. And like I said, we are planning to install these later this spring.
Can I ask you a question about this now? Is that okay, or do you want me to wait?
I have a couple more slides, so it might answer your question.
Okay.
So to bring this design forward, we brought on a design consultant, EnviroCollab, which is a landscape architecture firm based in Baltimore, Maryland. Their staff has been really great to work with and very creative individuals. And I'll share with you some of the precedent photos of their previous projects here. And some of the takeaways that I hope you see from these photos are that their previous projects really focus on public spaces, sidewalks or plazas adjacent to the public realm, and really with light touch elements, they're able to bring more energy to that space and make it just a place that one might want to spend a little bit more time in with just light touch elements like paint on a sidewalk or refreshing landscaping or interactive signage. And so as they moved into the plan area and moving forward with this concept, Like I said, there's going to be 5 locations for these gathering spots, and we wanted to make sure that these gathering spots have a consistent language throughout the plan area. And so we are looking at signage elements, safety elements, landscaping, and amenities. And when we bring these elements combined, bring our powers combined, it creates this gathering spot where within these neighborhoods, one might see the space in a different way than they have before. And they might return to the space, perhaps, with their neighbor to spend time in and drink coffee, or bring their dog back to walk, or bring their child. And during that time, interact with some of the signage that we're going to be bringing into the space and learn a bit about the plan area and the recommendations for that space. So when we were looking at how to find these spaces throughout the plan area, again, we heard how much they love the parks and the open spaces, and so we thought that we would ask our friends over at the Parks Department if there were certain locations within the plan area that aligned with their visions and priorities for the sector plan. And I'm happy to report that we have found 4 locations that are on parks-owned property, and I'll be able to share those with you today. And we have a 5th location, which is located on Forston Street near the Rolling Terrace Elementary School, that we are working with a local nonprofit on this particular location. It's a piece of right-of-way, an unimproved right-of-way that is just a grassy open space that was intended for a street extension, but currently is vacant and not being used, and their desire is to use this space to create a neighborhood garden. This local nonprofit has a community program where they have neighborhood gardens in other areas of Eastern Silver Spring, and this program really helps connect the immigrant population to land where they're currently living in multifamily dwellings. They might not have access to land, and it gives them the opportunity to grow foods that are they're familiar with from their native countries, and be able to harvest those foods and then share extra with the community. And so this is a very equally exciting project, but because it's a very community-led driven project, it is taking a different timeline than the 4 locations that we're working with the Parks Department. And I can go through the Parks Department or the Parks and Properties with you today. The first of which is located at Quebec Terrace Neighborhood Park, and that's just south. It's located on Piney Branch Road to the south, and this image on the top right of your screen is actually taken from Piney Branch Road, looking up towards the neighborhood park. There are stairs and like a bit of topography to get there, but once you get to the space up top, it is an existing park with a little playground area, and then there's an access road between the neighborhood park and the multifamily buildings behind. The Parks Department had recently taken some of the parking spaces that were along that access road and created a temporary sport court a couple years ago as part of their Long Branch initiative. And so when we're looking at this space, specifically, Parks is looking at refreshing the neighborhood park in the future. And so we're going to be able to use placemaking as an opportunity to interact with that neighborhood and ask, well, what would you like to see here in the future neighborhood refresh? The second location at the bottom right of your screen is located in the Oakview neighborhood at the end of Oakview Drive. This is actually a trailhead for the Northwest Branch Trail. And as you can see here, there's actually no signage that indicates that there is a trail beyond this gate. And so the plan, some of the parks recommendations of the plan is exploring opportunities to improve this and with better signage indicating where this trail is leading. And the Parks Department has also received a grant for paving this. It's actually an access road down to the Northwest Branch Trail. It is quite a steep slope. And so through this placemaking activity, we're able to make this a little gathering spot, ask what residents would like to see here in terms of future amenities or signage for the Northwest Branch Trailhead. And then Site 3 is actually on the western side of the Northwest Branch Trail in the Franklin Knolls neighborhood. And this is a parks-owned property that is essentially just a open grassy area. It's not programmed in any way. And within this space, the parks team is considering ways to create this as a future neighborhood park. And so with this placemaking initiative, we're able to create a gathering spot here and really through our signage and activation ask, well, if this is a neighborhood park, what would the residents like to see here in the future? And then similarly, at our 4th location, which is located off of Colesville Road on the eastern side, off of Hastings Drive. This is an existing conservation area. That's the term that Parks describes it. But again, it is an open grassy area. It's not programmed. So this is within the Indian Springs community, which leads to the YMCA. And again, Parks is considering turning this from a conservation area into a neighborhood park. And through this placemaking activity, we're able to, again, ask residents, well, what would you like to see here in the future? And really turn this open space into a gathering space. And so on this screen, I am showing the concepts that we have so far created with our design consultant for each of these spaces. And really, what I hope you can see is those elements that I had previously presented to you with signage, landscaping and amenities and safety baked within. This is really creating a consistent language for the gathering spots. And one of the key features here is this information display that you can see in each of the locations. And this information display is really going through like a very thorough design, because this is really our opportunity in this more of a passive placemaking project to be able to explain to the community what this is about, give a quick introduction to the plan area, and a brief summary of the specific recommendations that are being considered for that particular location. And then we are also hoping to have feedback opportunities through this display. There's going to be a mailbox so we can have written comments that can be submitted, but of course we'll also have QR codes and email information to be able to access that online. And then our hope is on another facade, we're really hoping to just have a more fun, low-key way to be able to engage with the community and ask questions about, what's your favorite spot, what local spaces do you find, and then have an interactive chalkboard where they can draw things and perhaps share online with a hashtag. So in terms of timeline, this again is still conceptual. We're working on the final design now, and we're hoping to have that by the end of the month to send to the fabricators, and then hopefully have these at least begun to install in late spring, early May. And so that's all I have for you.
So can I ask it now? Okay. This is really helpful, but this is how I see it. I see that we have park staff in here. If you're gonna put this beautiful stuff 3 or 6 months at the trailhead, and then you decide to take it away, you're gonna hear a lot of unhappy people that why are you taking it away? I do not know that if you could put signage, or if you actually just build them for that, to say it's gonna stay here until they are no good anymore, their useful life ends. It's just something that, but it has to be intentionally signed for people. And especially at the trailhead or other places that belongs, to the Parks Department, I don't see any harm to stay until the end of the useful life of the furniture or stuff that you're going to put it in there for people to enjoy. I'm just talking for Parks Department, but I think these are good things that you get, and you get comments from them. And if people are happy and it is working, if the possibility of being there until their end of use, because you're not going to use them anywhere else. You have to store it somewhere. I don't know. Just an idea. I'm just saying that be ready, because people are not going to be happy. Something good you put there for 6 months and then you take it away. They say, why are you taking it away? What are you going to do with it? What is the harm to be there?
Yes.
That we can use it.
Yeah, I appreciate the comment, actually, and I really thank you for raising that, because I think one of the most important discussions that we had with Parks was to make sure that we weren't setting a false expectation with the community, and within the signage, we are going to make it clear that it is temporary and that it will be there just for a short time period. I don't want to speak for Parks about, continuing it longer than what we had agreed to, but I hear your comment.
And also, I was just going to add that, we intentionally chose places where we already have long-term recommendations that are similar to what we are sort of, we're doing this in a temporary way now, but they're really echoing a long-term recommendation we have and are built upon. I think we were very, we had a thorough process with parks in terms of selecting locations where that made sense because there was something that they planned on doing or want to do in the future, and this was an opportunity to test those ideas now. So it's not intended that these are, that there won't be improvements made in the future. In fact, I think the design is really intentional about sort of being similar or, in concept with, the recommendations that are actually within the plan.
Yeah, I think it is good that we have parks. If these things really work and it creates those gathering place that parks has, maybe parks can take over because it's on their property and they have capital improvement to do some of these things, within their program to do it, because I could see a lot of good things coming out of here, especially that Parks Department has this Long Branch, Parks Long Branch, is it a CIP now? I know that it started while I was there, and I saw it a couple of years ago that they brought it. It's fantastic, and I was suggesting that we have to do it because the idea was that to create like a corridor of the parks, to connect all of them together. And this idea, placemaking that you are saying to test, is a fantastic way to feed into your program that maybe, because master plan takes 20 years to come maybe, especially if it's public, but if you partner with park, I'm getting excited. It could happen.
Yeah, hi, Henry Coppola, long-range planning supervisor for Parks. Commissioner, I think the way you just sort of ended and summed up with that comment is the same sort of excitement that we're sharing at Parks and with our colleagues at Planning. I think you're exactly right, both for the Long Branch initiative that we did a little while ago and the recommendations we're looking at in this plan. For Parks, this is just a great opportunity to test those things out, to see what works so that we're doing this lighter weight iterative approach earlier on to help get more community input to do the placemaking work. And then when we do get to higher cost, longer term CIP projects, we really know for sure that we're doing the right thing and that we've got that input. So
Yeah.
exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I think that the most important thing that you partner with these placemaking initiatives that is on the park and see the outcome. That gives you ideas that if these are good, if they need some changes, how you could get what people actually want, and that gives you an idea for a program or a project that to bring this to reality is going to happen much faster than waiting for master plan to happen. I think that's a great idea. I like it. Sorry.
I'm sorry, it sounds like we really want to move on, and I want to move on too, but I just have a question on the location selection. Using parkland makes a ton of sense, and it sounds like these are great opportunities to do exactly what you described. I was wondering if, and it's more complicated for obvious reasons, but did you consider any partnerships, or maybe this is for a future plan, any partnerships with privately owned land? Thinking specifically about, parking lots, of course, like that's the classic. We've done it here, in the parking lot behind us. Of course, that's publicly owned. But was that a consideration? Because that, other plan recommendations speak to things like streetscapes and, activating these sort of both the corridors and other places to create more activity and social cohesion in these kind of commercial areas, making them both more walkable but also more comfortable and people like hanging out there. So I was just wondering if that was considered. I can name probably off the top of my head like 10 reasons why that's harder than using parkland, but we're just wondering if you had any early conversations about that with any property owners.
Sure. Actually, when we began looking, and the map that I showed you, we had over 20 locations where we thought, and some were parkland, some were within DOT right of way, some were SHA, some were private property owners. However, like for many reasons that you said, at the end of the day, when we first went to parks. and private property owners can be very difficult to deal with. We spoke with DOT, and for many other reasons, we ultimately ended up with 4 great locations, and so we felt that was great. And then we had the 5th come to us, and that was really what we were budgeted for, so.
That makes sense. Yeah.
I just want to add, I think one of the reasons we ended up with the parks facilities is because parks are really valued by the community, and these locations seem to be ripe for investment in the future. So we really wanted to take the opportunity to test those ideas. And we have done a fair amount of partnerships with private property owners in the past. So the Burtonsville Shopping Center, the Randolph Hills Shopping Center. And when you have a willing property owner who's willing to engage, I think that partnership can be quite fruitful. One of the challenges we heard a lot in this particular plan area was because of the construction of the Purple Line, a lot of the private properties are kind of out of commission right now a little bit. It's really hard to do placemaking within a construction site. And so that's how we ended up, but point well noted, and we can, I think, continue to work on those partnerships in future plans as well.
Yeah, that sounds good. You know, I can imagine that in the future, all the complications you mentioned make sense for this plan, but in the future, areas that perhaps have a little bit more foot traffic could also be kind of an interesting add-on, and whether that's on private property or kind of in different areas that are, you know, just see more foot traffic, which isn't to say that these will, I think, attract a lot of people, and that's great. But if private property owners are sometimes more difficult to deal with for this kind of thing, yes, absolutely. But maybe it's an opportunity for sort of different time frame placemaking events for different types of areas, like you mentioned, like these are 3 to 6 months. That seems difficult for an agreement with a property, even on a parking lot. But maybe something like the weekend approach could still work there.
Yeah, one of the things that we have been internally exploring is once the Purple Line starts to operate, maybe there's a way to sort of do some placemaking in the future around some of the stations, but I think that on private property, like that could be another approach we can look in future years as well.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so Melissa Williams for the record, and so I will quickly go through our next steps. And so on March 12th, we will focus on plan-wide recommendations, transportation, housing, parks, the environment, schools, community facilities, urban design, and historic preservation. And we just want to note again that these themes come directly from the conversations that we have with community members. And then on March 19th, we will shift to district level and zoning recommendations, once again recognizing the unique character and the needs of the different parts of the plan area. We are going to continue, I'm sorry, next slide. We're going to continue our engagement efforts both virtually and in person. This is definitely, our goal is to continue to offer varied needs. Our goal is to continue to offer varied approaches so that we're supporting the needs of the people within the community. So we have virtual tools, as you can see here on the slide. That's going to be our explainer videos, interactive zoning maps, and a community questionnaire. I want to note that we will continue to add to and further refine these virtual tools. We're also going to have, more importantly, an in-person engagement effort. That's our open house scheduled for April 21st from 5 to 8 at the Long Branch Community Center. That is our partnership with CHEER. So as Lauren noted earlier, CHEER is an advocacy group that is hard at work and very effective within the plan area. They're actually going to be working with us and bringing along some community ambassadors to help us with orienting people through the process. They're also going to work with the community on how to participate, not just at the open house, but ultimately being able to advocate for themselves and continue to participate through our public hearing process. So we're super excited about that. We're also going to be able to have some activities for children. So we think that we figured out a way to get working families to these events by providing meals and also having activities for young children as a part of that conversation. And then we're also going to make usage of those placemaking gathering spots that Grace actually told you about. And then finally, we are making ourselves available to the community. So we're basically taking the show on the road, and we are asking communities, groups, and organizations that if they would like for us to come out and have an in-person conversation with them, they can send an email or reach out to one of our team members. And we are, more than willing to show up and explain to them why this plan matters and why they should stay engaged in the process. And finally, we have our timeline. And so the great thing here is you can see that green arrow, that is our You Are Here portion of the timeline. And we are sharing the preliminary recommendations with the Planning Board today. Looking forward to hearing all of your thoughts and comments. And then we're going to go out to the community on April 21st. And we're also going to share what you share with us today. We're going to make sure that they get that information as well. And we're going to take all of that, and Lauren is going to work really hard with the rest of the team, and we will make refinements as needed. And so I think the thing that we wanted to leave everyone with is that we are right in the thick of things here with the plan, but there are still opportunities for anyone that's watching from home or that's in the audience. There's still opportunities for ongoing engagement, not just with us, but with also our great placemaking team. And with that being said, I am going to turn it back over to Lauren.
I thought you were going to end it. I think that's it for us, from our team. I think we've talked for a while. Let us know if you have any questions, and of course, we'll be back for the next 2 weeks, and I'm sure we'll be sharing a lot that I'm sure you'll have many questions and thoughts about.
Yeah, an exciting plan, and we're looking forward to all the next steps. I just say it feels great in that it seems as if you're coming to with your preliminary recommendations earlier on, so that I think that's a shift that I think is a very positive shift, so that we have a chance to look at them early on. The community has a chance to look at them, give their feedback, so no one feels that things are baked, right? So I love that. I love the gathering spots concept. How you're really including placemaking in the plan and trying out things so that when you get the whole plan fully completed, you can maybe make adjustments based on what you learn, and it's a good information for parks to have, not even just in this plan, but in other plans. So I really love that, and I look forward to your recommendations in the next couple of sessions. And you're doing well. I think the outreach, and I know it's sometimes difficult with multiple languages, but you're really cracking it, and I love the 700, 800 responses that you've gotten, and the demographics around that. So thank you so much. Those are my just big picture comments, but I think you're doing really, really well. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Thank you.
Just, echo all of that, and also, sorry, Sean, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jeff.
I was just going to thank you for producing the entire preliminary recommendations document in Spanish too, which is, I know that's not an easy lift to do multiple languages for a 100-page document. So, but that's obviously very needed. So yeah, thank you for putting the time and effort into that.
Commissioner
Thank you for
Bartley.
an excellent presentation. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Nice to see you in your new role, and nice to see Melissa. I think it's Melissa again. We haven't seen you since the Tacoma Park plan. I'm excited for this. The residents of this part of the county deserve this, and I know you're going to make their community more livable and accessible. Thank you.
Commissioner Hedrick.
Now, just to echo what the what the other commissioners have said. I know this is a heavy lift and this is a large area. I think the staff's done a really good job. I really appreciate the preliminary recommendations. I think it looks good, and I think we're in a good place. I'm looking forward to digging into it.
Okay, thank you so much. So we're looking forward to the next presentation. Thank you. And we're going to just take, we're running a little behind here, just take a 1-minute break and come back and do item number 7, 8008 Wisconsin Avenue Preliminary Plan Amendment but staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number item 7, which is 8008 Wisconsin Avenue Preliminary Plan Amendment, where staff is recommending approval with condition. And today we have Ugo Njeze presenting. Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Gunnar Njeza with the West County Planning Division. We will be reviewing preliminary plan amendment 120160005B, 8008 Wisconsin Avenue. This application is to extend the preliminary plan validity and adequate public facilities validity period. This application is located in Bethesda, down in 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan area. The site is about half a mile away from the Bethesda Metro Station, right at the corner of Cardell Avenue and Wisconsin Avenue, just under 14,000 square feet, zoned CR and in the Bethesda overlay zone. So just a quick timeline of how we got here. In 2015, the project plan and pre-preliminary plan for this application was approved for 140 units in an amendment, and the first preliminary plan and site plan for this application that was brought down to 106 multifamily units. In 2020, the subdivision regulation amendment from the county council was enacted for COVID to add 2 years to the plan validity periods for countywide. But in 2023, the preliminary plan amendment, the first one, came in to extend the preliminary plan validity period to October 16, 2025. Now, the applicant is requesting to extend the preliminary plan validity period from October 16, 2025 to December 31st, 2026, and to extend the APF validity period from October 16, 2025 to December 31st, 2027. And finally, to waive section 50.4.3.J.7.D.I, A through C regarding to extend the APF for mixed-use developments. Just a quick overview between preliminary plan validity periods and APFs. A preliminary plan validity period is good until the plat is recorded. If it's not recorded, then the preliminary plan process must start over again. And similarly for APF, if building permits aren't issued by the end of the validity period, then a new analysis must be done. Staff finds that the preliminary plan validity period findings are met for this application, with ownership changing hands in the fall of 2023, right when the extension was approved. And APF as well makes most of the findings with the application not altering any of the requirements for the approved preliminary plan, the original one. The application was submitted before the validity period expired October 16, 2025. But the applicant is asking for a waiver, specifically for the section 50, which I already listed, for non-residential and mixed-use developments. As detailed in the staff report, this is a single-phase development, so unlike a multi-phased application where building permits may come through and prior approvals, this one has not yet. And for the record, there is a record plat application in with staff already, and they're working with staff to get that through. The applicant has met all noticing requirements: signposting, notice of application and mailing, notice of public hearing has mailed by staff. Staff has received a letter from the Bethesda Downtown Implementation Advisory Committee. In that letter, the committee has requested demolition and removal of existing structures and the site cleanup, installation of a secure, uniform, and quote-unquote attractive perimeter fence to reactivate the service parking lot on Lot 43, just south of the application, and reassignment of a previously conditioned pavement earmarked for the improvement of the Battery Lane Urban Park. Regarding these asks, the parking lot, unfortunately, is just south of this application, so it's not included in this application. We are not going to be changing the conditions to the previously approved site plan that we spoke of earlier. And since this is an application of planning, we don't want to tell Parks what to do with the money earmarked. Maybe they can work with Parks on that in a future date. Staff recommends approval of the preliminary plan amendment number 120160005B with conditions to extend the validity period of the preliminary plan from October 16, 2025 to December 31st, 2026. The adequate public facilities review period from October 16 to 2025, from 2025 to December 31, 2027. And the request to waive section 50.4.3.J.7.D.I. And that concludes this application presentation. Here for any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
No presentation, but Erin Gerard, Lurtrillian Brewer on behalf of the applicant. Want to apologize for my eye. I know it looks really gruesome. It's very bloodshot, but I can see just fine. I managed to bop myself in the nose and get a bloodshot eye. But anyway, we thank staff for all of the work on this, going through all of the findings. And as noted, we do have a record plat in. We actually really thought we might beat the expiration of the preliminary plan, but we didn't. We anticipate getting that record plat before you in the next month. So even though we're asking for a longer validity period, we should beat it by a lot. So that's the first thing. And then we are anticipating going to building permit next summer. So again, we hope to be well out in advance of these expiration dates, but we wanted to make sure that we didn't need to come in front of you again. I also wanted to note we are in receipt of the IAC's letter. The client is aware of the concerns about the condition of the property, and we'll be making improvements by the end of April to it to at least have it look nicer and up until the demolition occurs. So with that, I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, great, thank you. Could you, either staff or you talk about this waiver again? What's it's for mixed, waiver of the mixed-use development something. So what is that?
So,
do you want to explain or?
I mean, either one. But so basically this requirement is that a certain amount, a percentage of permits would have been approved by the time of this application for APF extension.
I see.
The reason why we are recommending to waive it is that this usually applies to, like a multi-phased application where there'd be previous approval. Since this is a single-phase application, no permits would have come in by now.
So but it comes in under some mixed-use designation because it's going to have some retail or something on the first floor?
Ground floor retail, yes.
Okay, great. And there is a surface park, just out of curiosity, there's a surface park to the south of this, but not part of the legal lot? Is that what it is or something?
Stephanie Dickel, Regulatory Supervisor for Down County. The surface parking lot is not part of this application. It's part of another regulatory application.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing or okay, hearing or seeing none, is there a motion to approve staff's recommendations with conditions?
I move to approve the staff recommendation with the conditions.
Second.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. 2 seconds. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 So I think it's 4-0. I don't see Mr. Barton. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Look forward to your project moving forward as quickly as possible. And we're going to just take just a 1-minute break, a real 1-minute break, and start with our legislative update. Item number 9. We'll be right back. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, the legislative update, and this afternoon we have Jordan Balcom Colbert working with us through these items. So welcome, Ms. Colbert, and we look forward to your presentation.
Hello, good afternoon. Sorry, I'm just getting myself settled. 1 second, please. We've had a busy day today.
Yeah, a great busy day. Thank you.
Great busy day, absolutely. Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, I got my camera on. Okay. Good afternoon. Yes, for the record, Jordan Baucom Colbert, Senior Government Affairs Analyst in the Office of General Counsel. The first bill up that we have for you today is HB 1568. It is the Animal Control Dogs at Large bill. We call it the Dog Leash Bill. We are asking for the board to take a vote on this bill to support. The sponsor is out of Baltimore County, Delegate Kim Ross. The bill requires each county and municipality to adopt a local law or regulation prohibiting a dog from being at large. Our Montgomery County Parks Department was kindly approached by Delegate Ross to provide some feedback on this bill idea that she had, and that later transitioned into an ask to help champion the bill by submitting a statement and asking us to testify. Park staff believe this bill is supportable as it formalizes local authority and enforcement consistent with existing practices, and any necessary rule updates could be addressed with during the commission's scheduled 5-year rules and regulations cycle. There are no immediate amendments to parks rules that are anticipated if the county updates its laws accordingly based on staff comments. We're asking for a support vote on this bill, and I believe staff is available to answer any questions the board may have.
Yep. Any comments or for staff? I mean, it's Parks is supportive of this. Just one quick question. So in parks now, what's the law? Is that you can't have a dog unleashed? They have to have a leash. Great.
Correct.
Okay, great. I'm good with the bill. If Parks is supportive of it, then I'm supportive of it. But Commissioner,
Yeah,
Vice Chair.
I support it too. I'm just wondering, how does this relate to like dog parks on parkland? And is that, does it do anything with our ability to do dog parks?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Currently, dogs on parkland must be leashed except in dog parks. And you have to bring your dog to the dog park in the leash and undo the leash in the dog park.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Seeing or hearing any other comments, we should vote on this. There's a motion to approve the bill 1568.
I move to support the House Bill 1568.
Second.
All in favor?
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 4-0. Okay, thank you so much. The next bill, please.
No problem. We're gonna do a little quick shift for the administrator. We're gonna move to HB 941 since this is also a parks bill. We do need clarification from staff on how they want to vote on this bill. Initially, I had it as informational, but there may be a proposal to oppose the bill. And so due to it's called Public Health and Public Building Hygiene Products. And this bill requires public restrooms and public buildings to provide an adequate supply of certain hygiene products generally relating to public buildings. Again, we had CAS, our central services, and we also had our Parks Department weigh in on this bill. The bill hearing was yesterday, so staff prepared an informational statement to submit, but we may need to update it as I mentioned. The staff cited several concerns with the bill, cost of buying and restocking supplies that could be prohibited, especially at the last minute, possible increase to staff hours and maintaining restrooms, restocking supplies and cleaning, a long list of concerns that they've addressed in their statement. I do have staff here available for questions on this bill and clarification on how they want to move forward with the bill.
Yes, would staff like to make a presentation on this?
Well, I will say there, that under the bill doesn't just require the Parks Department to provide menstrual products in public restrooms. It also has requirements around, for example, water access. So under this bill as written, we would have to remove our portable toilets and vaulted bathrooms from parks, which would obviously have a huge impact on parks, especially since what we hear from residents is that they want more restroom access in parks, not less. But the other requirements in the bill regarding the supplies, for example, that are supposed to be provided, that would have a fiscal impact on parks, and not just because of the requirement that we purchase these supplies, but also the operational impacts of making sure that they're stocked and all the requirements in the bill are met.
Okay, was there ever a thought that they would exempt parks for, or had that ever been brought up because of a lot of the bathrooms, or were like temporary, or not temporary, what do you call them, portable, or anything like?
Yeah, portable toilet. Well, the language, bill language you see in front of you very specifically includes parks.
I see. Yeah. Okay. So what I hear is that if we can't exclude parks and due to the cost and then we also would have to have, you said potable water?
Yes.
So is it the park's recommendation that we vote to not support this? Okay. I'm in support of that but I also.
We are in support of not support.
In support of
That's
not
what
supporting.
I think you mean.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure as a, I got a broader view than just the male view. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or comments from? Okay. Hearing or seeing none, do I have a motion to disapprove or not approve this House bill?
I move to not support this House bill.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Bauckham-Jordan, when you go back, you can just tell them why, right?
Yes,
okay.
what we'll do is update the statement. Also need to go back to Prince George's Planning Board this morning, next week, so that they can get a vote on this as well. But
Okay.
we will also, work with the lobbyists to make sure that we advocate for our concerns as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we'll go, okay, the next one, please.
The next one is HB 1250, if that's okay.
Yes.
Yep, all right. So this bill is a consumer protection and product liability chat box bill. This one I'm bringing just for discussion only. This bill is being sponsored by Delegate Chi out of Montgomery County and is cross-filed with Senator Hester, who is a Montgomery County and Howard County representative. For those that aren't aware, Chatbox is a computer program designed to stimulate human conversations either through text or voice interaction. Both Prince George's and Montgomery County staff for our Parks Department met with our partners, MACO, to get more information about the bill because it was a little complex. MACO is supporting this bill with amendments because they want to work with the bill sponsor, and it seeks to regulate the manner in which a developer designs and creates an operator makes available to users in the state as it relates to Chatbox. It also includes establishing safety and protection, privacy protection features for users, and establishing enhanced protection for users who are minors under a certain age, and requiring the display of certain warning signs when using a chat box. MACO flagged this bill for significant operational risks for local government, public safety systems, and essential internal operations. Among other things, local governments, they say, are increasingly considering the use of AI-powered tools in 311 and 911 non-emergency systems to reduce the burdens on human dispatchers and improve response times for routine matters. So MACO is asking for a carve-out within this bill to ensure that the bill's provisions do not unnecessarily hinder internal government operations, public safety communications, or delivery of public services by local employees. Again, I wouldn't recommend taking a vote on this bill at this time. It's a couple of things I'd like to comb through the bill on, and then see where it goes with this carve out, because it is a Montgomery County member that they're trying to work with. But I'll stop here if there are any questions.
Yes, could you just explain again what the purpose of this and what the goal of Delegate G in putting this out there?
They want to establish some safety features and protections for users as it relates to the chat box. So they're putting some enhanced protections for minors and warning signs and warning signals. But I think that there is some fiscal impact or operational costs that would hinder government agencies or local, not agencies, but local government entities. And so because of that, they want the bill sponsor to be mindful of how that would impact the government, some of the government features that we use for chatbots. My understanding, parks departments are relying heavily on some of these features, so it would have some kind of impact. I do think that there are some staff members that might be able to speak to it a little bit better than myself, but for the most part, we're still diving into the bill as it speaks, because we're learning more from the experts, and possibly we can talk to the bill sponsor a little bit more about the bill.
Okay, that would be great. And yeah, we would be interested, in what would those protections look like, and then what would be the cost, like, we don't want to be affected by insignificant costs of this. Like, yeah, so it'd be good to get more information and be back to it. Yeah, like, has someone estimated the cost of implementing these consumer protections? But in general, there should be some protections, but I just want to get that additional information. So thank you for bringing it to us. And any other questions or comments from the board? No other comments or questions. So thank you, and we look forward to you coming back with any additional information you've been able to get. Thank you.
No problem. We have, I believe, 2 more bills left. The next one is the HB 1411. It's a Data Center Planning and Transparency Act. We bought that, as you may recall from last week. This bill requires an owner or operator of a certain large-scale data center to submit certain disclosure reports to certain state and local agencies and elected officials under circumstances as specifying the contents of the disclosure report. The ask from this board last week was for staff to meet with the bill sponsor, planning directors, division chiefs did that, and staff, and someone from Montgomery County, Christina, was available to meet alongside Prince George's County's counterpart. And we gathered enough information to do a recommendation for the board to support. I'm sorry, this wasn't Christina. This was actually, Director Satori, who did this in the planning department. They gathered enough information to recommend the board to support this bill with amendments. And I believe Director Satori is here.
Sure. Yes. So we did meet with Delegate Ruth, who's the sponsor of this bill. She's from Baltimore County, and tried to understand the reasoning behind requiring a full plan. She did indicate that she wasn't looking to add any significant burden on local jurisdictions in producing the plan, but she felt that the state as a whole and our local jurisdictions needed more direction in terms of figuring out, and more strategy in how to address data centers and not just be kind of floundering through it. And so with that, I asked if she would be amenable to an amendment that allowed those jurisdictions that have done in some way, whether it's through zoning or other regulations, address the intent of the plans that she was asking to be created, to be exempt from having to create the plans. And she said she was, and asked if we could put together some language. So the proposed language amendment in this regard that we're suggesting says that any local jurisdiction that can demonstrate to the Maryland Department of Planning on or before June 30th, 2027, local zoning or other regulations that substantially address the elements of an otherwise required large-scale data center plan is exempt from the requirements of this section.
the section being the section that calls for the plans. And that date is consistent with the date that you would have to create the plan by. And MDP, the Maryland Department of Planning, is the state agency who needs to validate that you've produced the plan. So that's why we kept that in there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? So, just one question for you, Director Sartor. Do you think, given what we're doing now in Montgomery County, that we will have it in place by a year from this summer, right?
Yes, yeah, and I don't know. I mean, there may be pushback on that date in general, and so if this goes forward, that date may change. But for us, I mean, the zoning text amendment that's in front of the council now would address most of the requirements of this plan, and so that I would anticipate, I can't say whether or not that's going to be adopted at this point, but the council does plan to take that up in I think the summer months, and so at that point we'll know whether or not this is law too. So they'll know whether they have pressure to adopt something or not.
Okay.
So you are talking about the ZTA?
The ZTA that we, yeah.
Yeah, so that ZTA is what you have in mind that would cover this?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's nothing in the legislative language that says anything about like regular updates to this plan or kind of revisiting it over intervals. So it's a one and done situation.
Yeah, for this plan, yes. For the disclosure statements that the actual data center users need to produce, I think those were annual reports, or so that. But for the plan, yeah.
Is that something? This may be into in the weeds, but is that something we'd need to codify as part of? I don't know exactly where it would go, but is that something internally in the county we'd need to sort of adopt, codify?
Well, you know, what is before us right now is, there are two things. So first, what you have seen is the zoning text amendment. Typically with a ZTA, we change our zoning. There's nothing that's written into the ZTA that requires an evaluation of the effectiveness of that ZTA at some point down the road. It would just be a council member or potentially even through the Office of Legislative Oversight to do a study, or asking us to do a study to see how effective something has been and make recommendations. So it's just kind of keeping tabs on it ourselves. The other thing, though, that is currently before the council is a bill that would create a task force to take a look at data centers and do more of a study before taking any action. And some people have kind of characterized the bill and the ZTA as competing. In some ways, they're not necessarily competing. We can pass the ZTA, which creates the data center use. It puts some development standards in place around that. And they could also do the study to try to see if we need to make any modifications. So in some ways, that study could be what you're asking about too.
Is there a time frame if that study is approved, when it needs to be done?
I don't recall. I think there was some sort of time frame, but it was a task force and not necessarily, I don't think it was really a study. I think, so yeah, I'm not sure what the timeline, but there certainly was some sort of time period associated with it.
Okay, so what we have at hand is approval with conditions, or is that what we were said on?
Support with amendments.
So, support with amendments. Okay, is there a motion to support HB 1411 with amendments?
I move to support, I don't have the number here, to support this bill with amendments.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. 4-0. Thank you. And you have one more, Ms. Balcom?
Yep, this is the last
Okay.
bill of the day. You've seen this one before, HB 1560, Forest Conservation Incentives Pilot Program Fund. As you may recall, this bill requires the Department of Natural Resources to establish and implement a pilot program for ecosystem value-oriented forest management plans to provide additional incentives for enrolling in and extending commitments to forest conservation and management. And so I recall us talking about bringing this back for staff to have a meeting with the bill sponsor, and we did that. As you recall, one of the issues is that we're overlapping the Forest Conservation Act. And so additionally with that, Staff also identified with the sponsor when they met with them that there were other, that there were other parts of the bill that was too vague. The fee assessments were too vague. And so I don't think we want to oppose the bill. I do have staff here to give some recommendation. I think we were thinking about doing an informational statement because we did meet with the sponsor. The sponsor had the advocates in the room. And they did mention that because the fiscal bill was a little high, that they didn't think that the bill would probably pass. So because we did have that interaction with the sponsor, my recommendation is to do informational, but highlight all of the areas that we believe there needs clarification on, or if there's any vagueness or overlap, which we have done in the statement, but I will defer to staff on what they also believe the recommendation should be.
Yes, Christina Sorrento for the record. We actually had a really good discussion on this, and they were very thankful for us reaching out and giving them our thoughts. And they did ask, I think an informational memo is useful in this situation, because they did ask for us to put our thoughts in writing so that that can help them for now and in the future. You know, our main concerns was the overlap with the forest conservation law and just making sure that this was something completely separate and that you know, a double dipping would not be allowed. They agreed that that was completely their intent, and so you know, they were amenable to making sure that was very clear in any further redrafting of this bill that might occur. But as Jordan mentioned, they don't expect this bill to really go very far. The other part was just clarifying what kind of development and types of projects would be assessed this type of fee, and would also have to do both the fee and forest conservation requirements. For instance, a data center would need to do both. So we wanted to make sure that it was really clear and done in such a way that it's not chilling to the type of development that we would like to see. We also talked about how they could, since the bill indicated that the plan would only be in place for 20 years to preserve the forest, and it wouldn't have a long-term easement on it. We talked about other ways to incentivize the maintaining of the forest past the 20 years, and they discussed that essentially property owners could like re-up into the program and to continue to get paid for having the forest, and that would be incentive to keep it, because they found that having easements in perpetuity, not as many property owners were interested in that, but they would be more incentivized by paying, you know, getting paid for it. And then they were going to clarify that they did want this fund to be utilized for personnel costs, and so that was going to be clarified in any additions that they make to this. So that was essentially the gist of our discussions.
Thank you for speaking with the sponsor and developing a relationship. And I'm comfortable with providing informational comments. How do the other members of the board feel about that? Okay. All right. So do we don't need to vote on that, do we?
No. Nope.
Okay. All right. Director Sartori.
If I could just circle back on something real quickly, I wanted to, two things. First, I wanted to just let you know on that data center bill for the task force, it's as introduced by Councilmember Glass, they would have to provide an initial report within 6 months after its first meeting, and then a final report within 12 months of its first meeting. Doesn't say when that first meeting needs to occur after being adopted, if the bill were to be adopted. The other thing I just want to acknowledge and thank, first of all of our staff. We had some staff that went out today, spent some time out in Annapolis. This is, doing these meetings with delegates or the bill sponsors is kind of like above and beyond what is, part of our work duties. And so I really appreciate everyone who's been taking the time to do that. But most especially, I want to thank Jordan for helping, being on the ground, making arrangements for all of these conversations, because it really is helpful for us to get face-to-face time with these delegates and senators to talk about the bills, and they appreciate the feedback that we're giving. So thank you, Jordan, for arranging all of that.
Thank you, absolutely.
And as you brought to mind that now that you talked about the legislative bills we're talking about, but this morning, 140 people from the Maryland National Capital Park Planning Commission were in Annapolis celebrating the Commission Day. So this was something that Chair Barnes had organized, where we would go and we would be recognized on both the House and the Senate floor of the Commission, and we would float through both chambers talking about the Commission, the good things we're doing, and meeting with the staff or the actual delegates that were there. So it was a wonderful time, and I really appreciate all that came from both the Prince George's and the Montgomery County side to celebrate Commission Day in Annapolis. So thank you so much for everyone that came, and it was a wonderful time, lots of pictures, lots of meeting people, and so thank you again. So that ends our day for legislative affairs. We have one more item. Item number 8, which is the Korean Mission Church preliminary plan, forest conservation plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions of each. So we're going to take a 1-minute break and then start with that item. So thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 8, Korean Mission Church Preliminary Plan and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval of each with conditions. So this afternoon, we have Jonathan Casey with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Casey.
Thank you. I'm Jonathan Casey, and this is Korean Mission Church. It's a preliminary plan and forest conservation plan. As was stated, staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan and forest conservation plan, both with conditions. Just to get the board oriented, the subject property outlined in goldenrod here is just east of Ashton and west of the Howard County line. Subject property is on the south side of Ashton Road. As you can see, the property is predominantly forested. This is a 28.76 acre unplatted parcel in the RC zone. It does have frontage on Ashton Road and is improved with a single-family detached house with a driveway that accesses Ashton Road. There is a cemetery on the site, which I will go into a little bit more in detail. This area is predominantly, or it's actually all RC zoned, predominantly single-family houses, other than the Pepco right-of-way to the east. So 25.85 acres of the site is forested. This is a tier 2 priority forest. There is a stream adjacent to the property that actually meanders onto the property here along the southern property line. There's 4.88 acres of stream valley buffer associated with that stream. There are a number of specimen and significant trees, and this property is within the Patuxent River watershed. On to the good stuff. So this is the proposal by the applicant. They're proposing to split this existing parcel into 2 lots, one for the existing single-family house and one for a new church or religious assembly building and daycare. Both of these lots will be served by individual well and septic systems. The focus of my presentation will be on Lot 2 because the new church and adult daycare are the new use on the subject property. In addition to the church building, the applicant is also providing a multi-use sports court, a small pavilion area, and a parking lot with all of the parking kind of off to the side. There will be 52 parking spaces on site. Up to the north, just north of the pavilion, you can kind of see 2 large tanks. Those are 30,000-gallon below-grade cisterns that are provided for firefighting purposes. And stormwater management on this site will be managed through infiltration trenches here to the east. And this large area over here is the initial septic field to serve the building. So as I outlined in my staff report, we do have a few community concerns. This is a comprehensive list of the concerns that were in the pre-application meeting, as well as those received during the review, and then more recently. All of these concerns have been addressed through the planning process, but I will highlight a few of these throughout the presentation. I also want to note that I did meet with a few of the community members who happen to be here today to testify. I met with them close to the subject property to discuss some of their concerns, walk them through the development process, as well as walk the frontage of the property. So this property is within 2 master plan areas, the Sandy Spring Ashton Master Plan, which focuses primarily on preservation of environment. In this case, the applicants located the new infrastructure, or new building and parking close to Ashton Road, which maximizes preservation of existing forest and water quality associated with the stream valley buffer. The functional master plan similarly also focuses on environmental preservation with the emphasis on water quality. There is a 10% impervious cap in the transition area, which is this PMA line here in purple, all the way down to the stream, 660 feet. In that area where they're limited to 10%, they only have 1.5% imperviousness. And that is limited to the existing house and driveway and a couple of outbuildings.
Before you move from here, on the right side behind the parking lot, at the south of the parking lot, are those septic reserve areas?
You're stealing my thunder here. No. Well, first off, are you talking about these two?
No,
These
go
two?
down. Yeah,
So
these.
those are the septic reserve areas. There's an initial septic system, which is up just to the left of the building, and then this is actually 3 septic reserve areas. They're just tightly knit. Those are backups for future if needed.
Do they have to cut the trees now?
No, they do not. Actually, the limits of disturbance for this project do not include those septic areas.
Oh, okay.
Those are, I'm showing them as cleared because they are counted as cleared for forest conservation purposes, but they aren't necessarily going to be cleared right now. We just count them for forest conservation so that down the road, if they do have to cut it, they don't have to come do it for forest conservation.
Got it.
You're stealing his thunder again.
She is, but you know
He
what?
showed it here, and I just couldn't wait.
I did. I opened the door, so, you know, I'll give you a pass this time. Am I free to move on? Okay, so the cemetery element is something new to me. This is the first site with a cemetery. We somewhat recently added guidelines to the subdivision regulations that deal with cemeteries in the county. This particular cemetery is the Boswell family cemetery. The Boswells purchased property in 1872, and the cemetery actually showed up on paper around 1879. The applicant has worked extensively with our historic preservation staff, looking at the history of this cemetery, as well as providing the applicant hired a consultant to do a full report of basically the boundaries of the cemetery, as well as the history of the property, make sure that that cemetery is all-inclusive of the graves there, because there are only a number of markers that are visible on the surface. The other ones, which are actually, there's 45 in total, were identified using ground-penetrating radar. And as part of the planning process, I'm sure you know that we have certain requirements for, say, right-of-way dedication, utility easements, grading, that sort of thing. In this case, because of the location of the cemetery directly abutting Ashton Road, those improvements have been modified slightly so that they do not impact the boundary of the cemetery. And also the new paving associated with the parking lot is set back 25 feet to further protect the cemetery in the future. And as conditioned, the applicant will work with historic preservation staff on a long-term maintenance plan, including groundskeeping, make sure everything is kept up and protected in the long term. A little bit unique for preliminary plans is landscaping and lighting. With institutional uses, landscaping and lighting plans are required. In this case, the applicant is required to provide screening along the east side of the property between the parking and the adjacent property. They are doing that. They've also provided some additional landscaping along the frontage of the property, and the applicant submitted a photometrics plan identifying essentially the limits of where the foot candles and light spread will be. So it shows us that there is not going to be excessive light on the adjacent properties. And transportation, I will hand that off.
Thank you, Jonathan. For the record, Justine Ivan with the Transportation Planning Division. The project fronts on Ashton Road, which is a state-owned and country-maintained road classified as an area connector under the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, with a minimum master plan right-of-way of 80 feet. To comply with the right-of-way requirement, the applicant will dedicate 40 feet of land from the pavement center line to the property line. The required frontage improvements under the Complete Streets Design Guide and the Bicycle Master Plan are the following: a 6-foot wide sidewalk separated from traffic by a street buffer, and a 10-foot wide asphalt bikeable shoulder. NDOT SHA determined that the applicant is not required to construct these facilities. Instead, the applicant is required to provide a fee in lieu of construction for the 6-foot wide concrete sidewalk and grade their frontage for the future installation of the pedestrian facility. The applicant is also responsible for providing the 10-foot wide grass shoulder for the future installation of the bikeable shoulder, which is the yellow line that you see in the exhibit. Additionally, the applicant is required to provide the 12-foot wide deceleration lane to allow for safe vehicular access to the proposed development, which is the blue line on the exhibit. And it is important to note that there will be no dedication, no public utility easements, or grading along the frontage adjacent to the cemetery. Next slide, please.
Yeah, if they don't do dedication in front of the cemetery, what's going to happen if at one point they're going to extend the sidewalk or the road, because it's going to be like a dent right where the cemetery is?
So theoretically, they'll have to get creative. Most likely, they will have to utilize the existing right-of-way in front of the cemetery, but being very, very careful not to disturb the cemetery.
Yeah, it'll be constrained.
It would be constrained. They cannot do,
yes.
yeah. So they're not going to sort of try to remove the body, move them somewhere else? No, so that's not allowed. Okay.
Vehicular access into and out of the site will be provided through a two-way driveway along Ashton Road. And at the certified plan, the applicant will enter a traffic mitigation agreement to ensure that the 15 net new threshold is not triggered, subject to the following trip cap, which is in the weekday morning peak hour, no more than 39 trips, and then in the weekday evening peak hour, no more than 15 trips. Amongst other things, the traffic mitigation agreement will state that the participants from the auto daycare will arrive at the site using the shuttles provided by the applicant instead of their own cars, which will ensure that the trip generation remain under the aforementioned cap. To comply with vehicle parking requirements under Chapter 59, Section 6.24B of the zoning ordinance, the applicant provided a shared parking analysis demonstrated that the two proposed uses will not operate concurrently, and therefore shared parking can be achieved and no additional parking is needed. The provided number of vehicle parking spaces is calculated based on the auto daycare, which has the highest parking requirement that religious assembly. And then finally, as part of this project, the applicant will also be providing for long-term and for short-term bicycle parking spaces. This number of bicycle parking spaces is also sufficient to fulfill the requirement under zoning ordinance.
Thank you. For the record, Josh Penn. I'm here to present the forest conservation portion of this application. The application does satisfy all requirements of Chapter 22A. It has a net tract area of about 28.04 acres. They are retaining 18.94 acres, and they are removing, I believe it's in the next slide, 6-point-something acres of forest. There is no reforestation required. You can see the Category 1s here labeled and shown in green. There's, as of end of last year, I believe December of 25, there's a new forest conservation regulation that has changed, that now all Tier 2 and Tier 3 watersheds as mapped by MDE are now, all forests within those watersheds are considered high priority for retention. And so we added an additional section to the staff report, and we've gone through it here. There is 6.91 acres of priority forest. All the findings that we're looking at, we considered, are in the staff report. So we read through those, but staff does believe they've meet the threshold of removal for high priority forest. There is also a tree variance request. They are impacting 2 variance trees, here shown as 6 and 7, and they removal 1 tree, which is labeled as tree 9 here, and they are planting 9.25 caliper inches using a minimum of 3-inch stock to mitigate for that tree loss, as shown in the staff report. Thank you.
And those mitigation trees will be planted on site. Summary of the preliminary plan findings that are outlined in the staff report. This application does meet, or does conform to the master plan as well as the functional master plan. It complies with all subdivision regulations as well as the zoning ordinance and the standards of the RC zone. Adequate public facilities are being provided. They have done a site distance evaluation for their new driveway, which was found to be acceptable. As Josh mentioned, there's forest conservation plan with a tree variance, and stormwater management will be managed on site. Staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plan with conditions, as well as the final forest conservation plan, also with conditions.
Yeah, thank you for your detailed presentation. We'll now have, we have 4 people that are in person to provide testimony. I'd like those 4 to come up: Elizabeth Brigham, Nadine Moscone-Mort, and Sherry DeMoss. So Ms. Brigham and Ms. DeMoss have 3 minutes, and Nadine Moscone-Mort is with the Sandy Springs Civic Association. You'll have, was it 5 or 6 minutes? You gained 1. And then we have 1 person on Teams after you finish. Okay, so Ms. Brigham, please, welcome. Yeah, you can push it and it'll turn green.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, great.
Okay, I'm a PE teacher by profession, so I'm used to standing up, but I will sit today.
Okay.
First of all, I'm going to talk about the road safety. Thank you so much for having me, first of all. I just want to say that we appreciate your time, and I've lived in that area for 54 years. I've called it my home, so I probably know more about that stretch of road than I really should know. But anyhow, the area is really an interesting area in that it has dips and a terrible curve and a straightaway in it, okay? It was actually designated in the 1990s as a country road. The plan, I just want to point out that the plan that was presented to you guys showing the facility like the one proposed there along at 1201 Ashton Road was actually a facility in Gaithersburg, and that was noted at the bottom of the plan that they presented to you. But the Ashton property is actually alongside, that they're trying to put the daycare center on, the church on, is along a 2-lane country road, very, very narrow in some spots and then wide enough in others. To be honest with you, just a few weeks ago when we had that snowcrete, 2 plows were coming down that road, and it was so narrow, they wiped out 5 mailboxes. So it gives you an idea of the narrow portions of the road. We don't even have signage in that area to denote that there are bus stops. And we do have 4 homes right in that area that pick up from high school age to middle school age to elementary school age. Over the past years, we have had approximately, this is not really a fully accurate count, but we've had approximately 78 accidents in that area. Of those accidents, 3 were fatalities. Of the 3 that were fatalities, 2 occurred on the curve that is very near what is scheduled to be the entrance for that facility. And these records don't even show the number of fender benders, people hitting deer and so forth. So it's a pretty tough section of the road. My interest is the beginning of what we consider, it's a 300-yard straight stretch of road that ends at the very bad curve that has taken 2 lives. People often try to pass illegally in this area because it's a double yellow line, but this stretch is right in front of the proposed property, okay? As a matter of fact, just last May, one of my neighbors was trying to go west on 108. Someone going east was passing another car and hit her head on. Thank goodness she wasn't hurt bad. car was not totaled, but pretty much damaged, and she did suffer bodily harm, nothing that she couldn't get over. So, and the perpetrator that hit her did not even stop to help her. So it's an ongoing thing in that stretch of road. Now, I want to talk a little about Montgomery County's Vision Zero, okay? It's a great plan for Montgomery County, and to quote you, it says, they were put into place to eliminate all traffic fatalities. Is that me?
No, I'll give you some of my minutes. I only.
Okay, that's all right. And it's supposed to eliminate all traffic fatalities, and you're also to identify as a county and address locations before the accidents happen. Now, the county has spent $142.3 million on this proposal, this plan that's supposed to be enacted over a few years. Please explain to us, the people that live in that area, how this building, this large building and church proposed with buses, cars, delivery trucks, maintenance equipment, and on and on and on, how does that fit into the safety plan of Vision Zero? How does that work? We really aren't sure what's happening here, because like we're getting the short end of the stick the way we're looking at this. This building will only add to the traffic on 108, especially during morning and afternoon rush hour times. And it's a full blown out rush hour in that area. And to add to that, we have the buses for high school, middle school, elementary school that pick up starting at about 7:15 and it goes all the way till 9 o'clock. So we have those buses to contend with as a safety feature along with all the other traffic that we do have. And it's pretty heavy then, So I'm going to finish by saying I really personally do not have a problem with this church building there. That's no problem at all. But I do have a problem with the property there at 1201 Ashton Sandy Spring Road being developed as a daycare center. In other words, I think they're using the church as a screen, as a front for this daycare center. And I have always been taught to believe that God is not an extortionist, and we shouldn't be either.
Thank you. The next person is Nadine Masoni-Mort.
Sure, my name is Nadine Masoni-Mort, and for 47 years, I've resided on the Ligon Farm, located at Ashton Road, just a few thousand yards from the proposed commercial development. My home is on one of 6 working farms on this historic rural road. I'm currently a member of the Sandy Springs Ashton Rural Preservation Consortium, the Sandy Springs Civic Association, and I serve on the Ashton Village Center Implementation Advisory Committee. I want to thank you, the staff, for confirming in their report the importance that any proposed development within the Sandy Spring Ashton Master Plan should maintain a rural character as clearly described in the plan. This property is in the rural cluster RC zone, which is specifically designed to help preserve rural open space in the area. Having a large-scale adult day care center with a giant parking lot is not consistent with rural character, even if an attempt is made to screen it from the road. The design of the buildings and the parking lot are more consistent with a Holiday Inn hotel on Rockville Pike. You've seen the pictures. The location, scale, and compatibility with surrounding structures clash with the vision adopted by the Sandy Spring Ashton Master Plan. The Sandy Spring Ashton Master Plan was created by community members and Park and Planning to specifically protect the rural character and historic landscape of this unique part of the county. The plan emphasizes low-density development, preservation of open space, and protection from commercial encroachment that would fundamentally change the nature of the area. The proposed commercial development conflicts with the vision because the scale and operational intensity of a large-scale adult daycare center introduces a level of activity that is fundamentally industrial in nature. This facility will typically involve significant daily traffic from staff, service vehicles, and transportation vans, bringing clients to and from the site. The operational footprint is more consistent with a business district than with a rural residential community. This proposal raises concerns about the commercialization of land that the master plan intended to remain rural. Many facilities operate as high-volume enterprises designed to serve large regional populations. While that business model may be appropriate for commercial corridors or town centers, it is not consistent with the planning goals established by the Sandy Spring and for Sandy Spring and Ashton. Approving a large-scale commercial service operation in this location would set a precedent that could rapidly erode the protections the master plan was designed to provide. Once rural land begins to transition towards commercial institutional use of this scale, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain the character that residents and the county have worked for decades to preserve. Finally, the Sandy Spring Ashton area is one of Montgomery County's most historically and environmentally significant communities, home to the nation's earliest community of Black farmers and business people. Residents have consistently supported policies that safeguards its agricultural landscape, scenic roads, and quiet residential character. The master plan reflects that shared commitment. For these reasons, I am respectfully asking the Planning Board to reconsider whether this proposal truly aligns with the longstanding planning framework for our community. Adult daycare is an important and an over a $3 billion business in Montgomery County. But these for-profit centers should be located in areas that are planned and zoned for commercial scale activity. I urge the board to uphold the rural vision of the Sandy Spring Ashton Master Plan and protect the rural character that makes this community unique. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you so much. Next is Sherry DeMoss.
Good afternoon. My name is Cherie DeMoss, and I live at 1115 Ashton Road, next door to the proposed facility. I'm here today to voice my concerns regarding the proposed development at 1201 Ashton Road. Let me state first, I am not against the construction of a church that's appropriately sized for the congregation, which currently stands at 20 members. What I object to is the planned large-scale adult daycare business that will be operated out of this facility. My main concern, and the concern of many of my neighbors, is the impact to our wells. The average size of the surrounding households is 3 to 4 people in each residence. The adult daycare is planned for 125 participants and 20 staff. Water use is estimated over 3,000 gallons per day, 7 days a week. A commercial kitchen is planned for meal preparation and other large gatherings, as well as laundry needs. The water use of the facility will cause a substantial drawdown of the water table and impact to our wells. The construction activities can disrupt groundwater flow, alter the aquifer dynamics, and introduce contaminants and sediments. This can reduce the amount of water in our wells that our wells produce, or cause a complete loss of water supply. The homeowner directly across the street from the proposed facility hired a well drilling service to drill a secondary well. Fogel's well drilling could not find water on 3 attempts at 600 feet. This should cause concern for the developers as well. The drought.gov website states that Montgomery County is experiencing ongoing dry conditions. Recent reports indicate 100% of the county is affected by drought. The region has faced low groundwater recharge, leading to a moderate drought classification. This has caused some, but not all parts of the county, to remain under watch or restricted water conditions. Residents and businesses have also been asked to take voluntary measures to conserve water. There are currently 21 licensed adult daycare facilities in Montgomery County. None of these facilities are on well and septic or located in a rural area on a rural 2-lane road with no public transportation routes. I'm surprised that a facility this large would even be considered to be improved without public water supply and sewer. Per your development review criteria, the adult daycare proposal does not include requirement for the appropriate infrastructure to include public transportation, public water and sewer, and protection of the environment. What recourse will homeowners have should our wells be impacted? I would hope that the negative impact to the water supply of the homeowners would give the Planning Board reason to reconsider this proposal and suggest a more appropriate location with sufficient public utilities that would better serve the needs of the county residents. I would like to document my opposition of the adult daycare operation portion and make a public record of the potential threat to our private wells in the event that future legal action is necessary. I respectfully urge the planning board to reject the adult daycare portion of this planned development. I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you again for your presentation. And our last participant is Asha Nas from an adjacent property owner.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Planning Board. My name is Aisha Naz. I am a registered nurse with over 20 years of clinical experience and a resident of this community. I live in 1116 Ashton Road. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today regarding the proposed church development. I want to emphasize that my concern is not with the church itself. My concern is with the safety implications of placing a high-traffic facility on a narrow, winding residential road where families and children live. As a nurse, I have cared for patients who suffered injuries from preventable accidents. Because of that experience, I am especially concerned about the increased risk of vehicle accidents and pedestrian injuries that could result from higher traffic in this area. This road is already narrow and difficult to navigate. Many children in our neighborhood wait along this road for school buses in the mornings. Increased traffic from services and events could significantly increase the risk to children and pedestrians who are standing near the roadway. Another important concern is emergency access. Increased congestion on a narrow road could delay ambulances or fire services. In medical emergencies, response time can make a critical difference. Development should match the capacity of the surrounding infrastructure. Residential roads like this are typically designed for local neighborhood traffic, not the concentrated traffic generated by large gatherings. I respectfully ask the board to carefully evaluate traffic safety, pedestrian protection, and emergency vehicle access before approving a development that could significantly increase traffic risk in this neighborhood. As it is right now, it's very difficult for me to come out of my driveway because the roads are so narrow. I have to wait for all the cars to come from both sides before getting out. So it is dangerous right now, and it will only get worse. Thank you for your time and consideration. That's all.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Nass, and thank you to everyone that participated today. Would the applicant like to come up and make a presentation?
Good afternoon. For the record, Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berbert, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of Korean Mission Church. It's good to be before you this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity. I have Nick Dribbin, our traffic engineer, as well as Pastor Chung with me and with a brief prepared statement. But we don't have any other formal presentation intended. I would just say that we appreciate the very thorough work of your staff in reviewing this application. If you note the staff report, it indicates a 2024 filing date. It has taken a bit to get us to this point, and that's largely due to your staff's efforts to right-size the use for the property in every respect, in terms of the building size, in terms of the parking lot location, how the building relates to the road, work on the cemetery to make sure it's very specifically located, identified, and so that any use of the property protects that area. So it's taken a bit of time to get here. The application, it's oftentimes when we are before you, especially on a preliminary plan, you don't get to see sort of the iterations. And There have been multiple architectural drawings, even though architectural elevations and drawings are not required as part of a preliminary plan review. The applicant had provided initial drawings, and those were part of what staff reviewed and commented. The building has been downsized significantly. The sanctuary began with a 200-seat sanctuary. Now we're at 100. The space in the building, because of the topography of the property, there you do have the architecture. I'm sorry, I didn't see. Initial drawings had a third level that was visible from the road, and staff, rightly so, encouraged the applicant to take another hard look and bringing in much more residential character and style to the building. And so I guess, obviously we disagree that some of the characterization of this project as being commercial in nature. The adult daycare component, you will hear from the pastor, is a very critical component of his mission, of his church service to the community. And it is part and parcel to his ministry. And so, service to those of our community who are older, but still need an active engagement, place to go to engage and remain both mentally and physically stimulated so that they continue to try to live as long a healthy life as possible among their peers and spend the day engaged instead of being alone, or where in their home they are brought out, and they're brought out by Pastor Chung, who picks them up in the shuttles. They have a whole arrangement where folks are brought as groups to the site, and that's why you have the traffic analysis that you do, and the parking is not, we're not doing a 100 space parking lot. It's not necessary because of the way he operates and will operate. This is not a for-profit. I mean, it's a nonprofit church. It's a nonprofit operation. They receive grants through both the state and county. So that is some of what you will hear from the pastor. But before we get to him, I'd like to have our traffic engineer, Nick, just kind of address some of the comments that you heard from the community about the accident data and the safety of the road, which we did take a very close look at.
Good afternoon. For the record, Nick Dribbin with Lenhart Traffic. Safety is something that's been raised on this project since the first public meeting we had. We've heard the concerns related to the site access, and in response to those concerns, and specifically, both raised at the initial public meeting as well as concerns that were emailed to staff early on in the process, we did provide some supplemental information regarding the safety of the site access. There were 3 components to that evaluation. The first was site distance. Site distance at the site driveway dictates whether people can turn in and out safely and are able to see cars approaching from either direction. The driveway was shifted some throughout the process in order to make sure that site distance could be met, and site distance is actually exceeded slightly with the driveway location as it's proposed now. So from a site distance standpoint, we are well within what we need to be. The second evaluation was a speed study. You heard earlier that speeds are a concern. The speed study was conducted at this location of the site driveway, and the speed limit out there is 45 miles per hour. The results of the speed study showed that speeds are around 48 to 49 miles per hour, and that's an 85th percentile speed, which is what's used to evaluate the flow of traffic, right? So 85% of vehicles are traveling at or below 48 to 49 miles per hour. The county's guidelines for traffic calming or speed mitigation are if speeds are exceeded by 20% or more, which they're not in this case. So speeds are really what we would expect along this type of roadway. It is a state highway. It's Maryland 108. And then lastly, we did evaluate crash data. We've heard a lot about crashes. We heard that very early on. The numbers I've heard from the community are 60 crashes was an email early on. We heard 70 something today. There is a crash cluster about 2/3 of a mile to the east of the site. There is a sharp curve that's in the roadway, and at that curve, there have been crashes. I think the county's data as of when we pulled it a year or so ago showed 37 crashes around Maryland 108 and Tucker Lane. In the 1 mile stretch of roadway immediately fronting the site, so a half mile on either side, there has not been a single reported crash in the county's database, which includes police reported crashes from state, county, local authorities. So the point of all this is the site access point is a safe location. We have done that evaluation. We've looked at everything we could possibly look at, and all data points to that being a safe location. Beyond that, the other component that's been touched on some here is the fact that they're proposing to use shuttle vans to bring people to and from the site. This isn't going to be 100 or 200 people driving their individual cars. It's a handful of shuttles coming in and out of the site to bring the adult daycare residents or occupants to and from the site. Those shuttles will be driven by staff, and in terms of the vehicular impact to the roads, it's a handful of trips. It's not something where it's going to significantly alter the character of traffic along Maryland 108 or in the vicinity of the site. And I have some additional data. I mean, those are the kind of the highlights of what we've evaluated. I'm obviously happy to answer any questions.
So why don't you finish with the owner, please, and then the board can ask its question. So thank you.
Before I turn to Pastor Chung, I just wanted to make one slight kind of clarification, because Nick used the term resident, and that comment was also something that came out of the community meetings. The daycare patrons or clients or users are not residing here. So they are being brought in the morning and then taken away in the afternoon. When I think Nick said residents, he meant residents of the county being brought or other residing elsewhere. I just wanted to clarify, because that was something that the community had questioned. So with that, Pastor Chung, would you like to wait?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. At the beginning of this process, it was overwhelming ordinances, rules, and guidelines. But our team is Joe and Nick and Denmark, our team worked with the county staff, and we realized that all the rules and guidelines and ordinances are actually for the benefit of the community. When we talk about septic, they always talk about what is the limitation needed for the community. Traffic, same thing. So it was very impressive to me that the ordinance you came out is actually for the better community, and we really respect that, and we are committed to follow what is written in the rules and ordinances. And we thank you for the during the processes. I saw the communication between our team and staff, and it was amazing that they tried to help us to be a good member of the community. And I really thank you for that. And I am very excited to have our church there. And in our church, we have a commitment. Okay, as a Christian, we have one teacher came out, asked Jesus, what is the big commandment? Jesus said, love thy God, love thy neighbor. And we choose, actually Jesus gave an example of a Samaritan who helped the robbed person on the street. That's the one that people need. And the seniors, we are, and we want to serve, are the ones who need help. They usually go home, stay alone, and get depressions. Sometimes, many times, their children doesn't give them freedom to go out because they are busy. They, some of the seniors, they don't, visit the doctor at all for years because there's nobody helps. And we have commitment to help the seniors who are in need. And, this is what our vision is. We praise our God, pray, and, according to the Bible, we want to love our God. And the love from God, we want to take it and give to our seniors. So we want to share the love with the seniors. That's our commitment we have. And as previously mentioned, there are many daycare centers here. Most of them are in industrial buildings. Once they go in, they don't see sunshine. They just go inside. But we really want seniors to get some sunshine, walk around, fresh air, enjoy. That property, we really think we can provide our seniors a very good environment. And we can give full love to them, serve them. We are not the business entity, we are the service entity. That's commitment we have, and we really want have a place to serve our seniors with our heart, with a love, in a place, in a good place. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
So just to close out our comments, and as you heard from staff, the adequate public facilities analysis has been fully completed. The septic took a bit of time to get right, and we've designed it, redesigned it, and it finally obtained the Department of Permitting Services septic conceptual approval. And so we're here today to request approval of this preliminary plan. The conditions that have been proposed by staff are all acceptable to the applicant. We understand each and every one of them, and that we respectfully request your approval of this application today.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for some of those clarifications. I appreciated hearing about the traffic studies, because that was to address some of the testimony. It appears that you did the site studies, understands exactly where where there were accidents, and so that's very helpful. I like that you showed the rendering. Because it's always good for us to see how the design transitioned over time, and we'd like to see that more. So this is the final one, but you went through various iterations. I had one question. So the church is like on the first level, and then the other facilities are upstairs. I mean, just out of curiosity, how does that work?
During the weekdays, church will have a meeting online. And on Sundays, we'll have a meeting after 2 p.m. So that is, there's no conflict between the daycare operation and church operation.
Great.
And, location of the church, sanctuary is on the second level, which will be used both daycare and also the church. However, it's different hours. And we have our own office, church office. So in terms of spaces, it's a very kind of separate, because the basement will be all used by the daycare. And first, mostly daycare, but sanctuary will be shared.
Okay, great, thank you. And how big is this building, like the footprint, out of curiosity, you know? Or
It's $8,000, 8,000 square feet,
8,000 square feet,
is the
one
footprint?
floor.
The upper
Well-
floor, okay, great.
2 floors. Oh,
basement,
he's saying,
yes,
he's saying one level is 8,000 square feet.
Yes.
Yeah,
The
footprint,
Okay,
Yes.
great. And just see some of the other things, so there were also comments about, it seems like you've addressed them, that they didn't want, there was a comment, could you not cut down all the trees in the future septic areas, and you said you're not doing that, you'll tear, your
Those are all required by
Future.
the county regulations to show those
Right.
alternative backups.
Great.
That's, the septic system to plan left of the building that you're seeing, that's required day one before the building can be occupied. But it's part of the regulations to always show these backups. And, those trees are not going to be removed in the near term. And since it's a new system that's going in, it should be many, many years until, if ever, that those backup areas will be needed.
Great. And there's some outdoor space for the seniors too, that there a plan for that, yeah.
Right, so again, plan left of the building that you're looking at, there is a hard court surface, and that's for exercise, games, tai chi, it's a kind of outdoor space for seniors to enjoy.
Great, thank you. It looks like a great project. Definitely need more. My parents are seniors, and I know how important it is to keep seniors active, and so it's great to have places that they could go to. Thank you so much. Are there other comments or questions?
I have questions. I'm assuming that there is no future connection to public sewer or public water, correct?
In this area, not likely, no.
So there is not. So the only choice was to have it on
Yes.
public sewer. So in regard to public water, we heard the concern that people are, that the neighbors that are in surrounding area, because everybody use the same groundwater. And I don't know, I know that, we had Josh Fleming here in regard to water. What is the precaution to make sure that it's not impacted to amount of the well water that is already available for the adjacent neighbors?
So we have Ron Thompson from Van Mar, who's joining us from Teams, that he is better at,
Yeah,
to
if
answer
they
that
give us some
question.
education that how, I'm sure there is a process, but I really don't know about that. I know more about septic than water,
Well,
yeah.
Mr. Johnson?
Ron Thompson is he there?
Yes, I had to unmute the mic. Thank you. Ron Thompson, Van Mar Associates. The design of a septic system begins with the water demand that you believe you will have for the site. And that's based upon MDE and Montgomery County standards for water usage for the various types of the facility. So we have estimated that it is 1,495 gallons per day for the site. So the well will need to produce that type of water yield for it.
Yeah, the question
So
is
I don't know if that
that,
answers the question.
yeah, the question is that how do we make sure that this daily usage of close, I think I heard you said 1,500 gallon per day, doesn't adversely impact the water usage for the neighboring or adjacent community?
Well, that will be part of Montgomery County's requirements, or what they are looking for in terms of when we drill the well on site, whether or not there's an impact on adjacent wells.
Okay, Jason, do you know? I see Jason online. Do you know that how, I hope you're better. I saw you last time here, so hopefully your back is better. So
Thank you.
could you educate us that, and also we have some property owners in here that they're concerned that the amount of the usage for the well water, they're concerned that it could impact them. Could you say that, how do we make sure that is not happening?
I'm going to try my best to answer that question. As an environmental health specialist, I'm not an expert, of course, in hydrology or anything like that. What I do know and understand is that Montgomery County is in what they call a unconfined aquifer. That means that any precipitation that falls on the ground enters the aquifer, the groundwater from where it fell, versus we have confined aquifers on the eastern part of the state where the groundwater that's under the surface, where it fell on the ground, is actually not right above that, and so there's uh, sometimes less availability to a confined aquifer um, versus a confined aquifer. As far as the way that wells work, when a well is the pump is on in the well, it is pulling down the groundwater. There is a phenomenon that they call the cone of depression. It's sort of like a funnel-shaped area around that well that depresses the groundwater in the area. That is really all depends on what they call the transmissivity, like how well the water's pulled through the ground. But for the most part, as long as the wells are not extremely close to each other, that cone of depression should not interfere with adjacent wells. Now, I understand that some properties in the area have experienced low water yields, and that unfortunately is just a characteristics of for the most part, the geology in Montgomery County, the Piedmont. The bedrock is a very tight crystalline rock. It doesn't allow groundwater to move through it, versus maybe like a limestone or a sandstone type of formation. So in general, the well yields in Montgomery County, which is located in the Piedmont, are lower than other parts of the state. But the church itself won't have, with 1,500 gallons per day, would be more than a single family home, but not an extremely large amount above a single family dwelling. And that's really the best that I can say. Is there a chance that there could be an impact? I guess there's always a chance, but there's not specifically anything put in place to minimize, I guess, the concerns that that some of the community has brought up.
Can I just ask a follow-up question? I guess the question is when I'm sure that is tested at some point, where and at what point do you get a permit for knowing that there's some tests done and you get a permit saying you can operate this water, knowing that you will not draw down the whole water table in the area? I mean, we don't generally have a lot of things with septic and, well, and is there a test that they do, or it's just trial and error down the road? I mean, my point is, do you get a permit saying that for this 1,500 gallons per day, you're okay, given, in this environmental environment? I'm just asking.
That's part of the permitting process. I spoke to Mr. Fleming earlier, and there are certain thresholds that they have to have to be met at permitting as far as how much water per day the well can actually produce before they can approve it.
Okay, okay, so that's a test, I mean, that's approval that's later that
Yeah,
that
I
happens?
can't answer the details, but that is
Okay.
why Jason's here.
Yeah, generally speaking, the distance between the well, the flow, and the depth of the well to prevent what is being described.
So you're saying they would not allow, get a permit if, given the chance of, if the permitting agency thought that they would draw down the water table?
That is the applicant's understanding.
Okay.
And that's why we can't get a well permit now, because we have to have a preliminary plan first. It's a precursor to getting and proceeding with drilling a well and making sure that the site can be compatible with wherever the nearest well is. And as you heard from Jason, it depends on the distance between wells. And so when you file for a well permit, they're not going to allow you to locate too close to an adjacent property's well for that reason. That's our expectation.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that for comparison, that's equivalent to having two single-family homes
Okay.
there for it.
Yeah, I was going to ask that, what is the usage of a single-family home in Montgomery County comparing to, if for the church is 1,500 gallon per day, what is a single family? Do we know? Jason, maybe you can tell. Yes.
Well, the actual, so the actual usage, I mean, of course, depends on the family and their activities, the number of people living in the dwelling.
For a
way
four
that
bedroom, yeah.
it's so the septic systems, of course, are designed on the number of bedrooms. For a 3-bedroom house, the septic system design has to accommodate 450 gallons per day. A 6-bedroom house would have to be 900 gallons per day.
Yeah,
So
for
those
water.
are numbers in comparison to this 1,500 that we're talking about.
Like 3 houses.
When it comes to wells, yes, a permit has to be issued, and the well has to be drilled by a well driller that's licensed by the state, and there are certain requirements that are outlined in the state well construction regulations. As far as the can you keep this well, or can you use it? It depends on, does it produce enough water? The minimum yield per the regulations is 1 gallon per minute. But what is the more important number is that a well has to be able to produce 500 gallons of water in a 2-hour period. Now, 1 gallon per minute, if you do the math real quick, 120 minutes and 2 hours, that's only 120. That's way short of 500. So then the way that you get to the 500 is you drill the well a little bit deeper, you store water in that vertical column. That vertical storage plus the yield has to be able to add up to 500 gallons. Okay, so and that is all put in a form called a well completion report that is sent to the approving authority. A lot of counties, it's the health department. Here in Montgomery County, it's DPS Well and Septic, and we check that. I mean, the well drillers are supposed to know that those numbers are all adding up, but we're just verifying those.
Yes, sir,
So,
we're good. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Commissioner Hedrick, you had your hand up. Yeah.
Yes, I did. Thank you. I think they actually answered several of the questions I had that were about the sewer system, water and septic systems, and the impact on the surrounding areas. That was my concern as well, and I think they answered most of those. I just wanted to make another comment. Like, we have a pretty good setup of a good constant easement here, and I do want to mention to the applicant, just on personal note, I've been working with my own congregation on attempting to see what the possibility is for senior housing as well in Montgomery County. And I just really want to commend the applicant for moving in this direction and taking the time and effort to sort of put something like this together for folks. And I really in that project.
But for the record, it's not senior housing.
Yeah, it's an adult
Oh, I know
daycare.
I know it's a senior
Daycare,
facility. We're doing senior housing. That's what we're at, but it's a need that's in the county that I've noticed.
Agreed,
I appreciate
agreed.
the
Yeah, I
applicant
just
working
wanted to say I
on the
didn't.
issues of assisting with seniors. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't finish that. The adult daycare I support. I know that how important it is, and because I know my mom used it. They were looking. It's just the whole team. They look forward to do that. So it is something that is really needed for our aging population, and thank you for doing that.
So no other comments or questions from the board. Do we have to make two approvals here or just one? What would you like? Okay, we'll do one vote. Do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan number 1, 2024-0050, and the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2024-0360, where staff is recommending approval with conditions of each of these?
I move for the approval of both preliminary plan and forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, they're here. No, they're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they raised
The,
their hands.
the gang's all here. Thank you. Thank you. So thank you so much. Look forward to you moving forward the project. And so we have our last item of the afternoon session, which is a closed session. It's item number 10. According to Maryland Annotated Code General Provisions, Article Section 3-305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
I move to go to closed session.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And so this, after the closed session, we will have a break, and then this evening, around 6:30, we'll have the joint meeting between the Montgomery County Planning Board and the Montgomery County Board of Education. Thank you for tuning in today. Thank you. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, everyone.